everybody, and welcome to another fantastic episode of Ales and Scales D&D. I am your DM, as always, Randy Royce, and going around the table, we have Brother Dylan playing Carillion, Sawyer playing Malavi, Hunter playing the Mighty Kyorgar, and TJ playing Osborne. And for the recap for last week's game, we are going to go over to D.
Alrighty. So last week we did our Halloween special, in which the party was coaxed into following a woman into a mysterious set of forests that had some strange auroras going on above them of purple and orange. After getting their way through the forest, they had encountered the Headless Horseman, who, of course, used a pumpkin as his head, and found themselves a tomb. Enter.
It is
Right.
pizza.
Sorry for the brief interruption.
But they found a crypt and went inside and found the work to be being done by a fledgling vampire who had been around for a while but hadn't quite gathered strength yet, and were fortunately able to take her out, stopping any further vampirism within at least that local area from becoming an infestation similar to the Kobold Hive. But after this, the question remains of what will happen to the Headless Horseman, as it was never finished off. And from there, they went back home after having their asses thoroughly kicked and drank at the tavern for a little bit before calling it a night. I'd also like to put out a quick disclaimer for those viewers out there that are active in chat with us. I do monitor chat, but we're kind of sparse as we are actively playing, so don't feel bad if we don't get to your comment. We'll get to you as soon as we can, but it is an active game session. So, without further ado, back to Randy.
All right, well said. And also, without further ado, you guys wake up feeling well rested. You guys got rooms in the tavern, as usual. After your adventures, you were actually quite fatigued. But you feel fantastic now, and as you guys wake up, the smell of delicious food wafts past your noses as the breakfast buffet that's always in the Underhill Tavern is in full bloom. They have absolutely all of the breakfast foods you could imagine that would be here in a medieval type environment. So eggs, bacon, and other uncreative things.
Yes, time to get a sweet roll.
Yep, they have your sweet rolls. As you guys descend into the tavern area, it's actually quite empty. There's only a few people here and there having a drink before they go out to work. And Kurek Ironhand is over at his usual station, cleaning dishes and looking quite angry in general. And you don't see Amethyst, his daughter, serving anybody this morning.
I think your stalker left.
Stalker. What?
I mean, Amethyst left.
Explain yourself, Shelf. Explain yourself.
Do you remember when we came in all muddy?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she scooped up the mud from your boots and put it in a bag. There was other things, but honestly, I can't remember what it was.
Concerning.
She's really into you.
Mm-hmm. That's not gonna work for me. I'm 7 feet tall and she's like 3.5 feet. The
Orion,
measurements don't work.
Orion happens to overhear your conversation. He's like, "Boy, she was probably just cleaning up the floor like she always does."
Does she,
Shelf's imagination is running away from her.
Perhaps.
does she normally put the mud in a bag and carry it away?
Boy, maybe she
To her
took
room?
it to the trash.
She didn't do that with all the mud.
Maybe she didn't want to take it all at once.
No, that's not what happened.
I don't know. I wouldn't trust her judgment.
I wouldn't trust your judgment.
As you wake up, Osborne, in your usual compost pile, it smells delightful and clean outside, although the air is a little bit crisp. You may wish to improve your shelter as time goes on, but you're a pretty hardy dude, and you're used to sleeping outside, so it doesn't bother you too much.
I'll just
You
pile,
know-
I'll
Huh?
pile more compost on top of me as a blanket.
There you go.
Just burrow in there.
Selleck has gone through a bit of a growth spurt, now being roughly the size of a giant wolf spider. and he has quite the ferocious visage. Although it's more, he could definitely hurt you, but picture like one of those fuzzy spiders with the cute eyes. It kind of looks like that. So he's not like one of those hideous other spiders of unknown. I don't know a lot about spiders.
I'm gonna look at him and say, Sulik, I think it's time to get you a collar and leash so people know that you're friendly.
What do I need that for?
Because if you kind of go walking through town without me, they might actually think you're hostile and kill you.
Boy, I wouldn't want that. Yeah, give me that thing.
Just get him an Ales and Scales cloak.
Give him a little cape.
Here you go.
Yeah, I got my Sulik.
You also notice something else strange. As you look around your usual area, someone has pilfered your plants.
It's goddamn thieves. Well, it looks like I'm gonna have to go back. We're gonna have to go back to the castle so I can get more seeds.
Yeah, you're not sure exactly what happened. There's some boot prints around it, but they're not very distinct.
Do they look like? I'm holding back jokes right now.
Does it look like maybe orc boot prints that couldn't find his meth or ran out of meth?
Can't tell specifically if they're orc boot prints. They don't have any really defining characteristics.
Ah, yes. The boot print style of orcish.
Well, I figure orcs got big feet.
So do you.
Yeah, but I don't wear boots.
Got me there.
There's plenty of other big people with big feet.
Must have been that damn Goliath in our group.
Yeah, blame Gunnar. Well, he's not here to defend himself.
That's the reason he would complain, because he's not here.
Yeah, he's probably slept in after a long night of drinking. Anyways, yeah, is there anything in particular you guys would like to do this morning as
Yeah,
you wake up?
I'm gonna go to the blacksmith because it has been 2 weeks of out of game time since I gave him that shield, so it should probably be done.
Perhaps.
So yeah, I'm gonna let everybody know. Well, I'm heading over to the blacksmith, see if my project's done.
Okay, I'll be here eating.
Okay.
Want me to come with you?
You can if you'd like.
And then you're still out back. Would you like to join up with your party, or would you like to do something else?
Yeah, I'm gonna join up with them for now. But I'm eventually gonna go on a hunt and get pelts.
Play Meat Beat Mania. I actually have an extra pelt if you want it.
Well, it's big enough to fit a giant wolf spider.
Should be. It was like a fucking standard deer pelt.
Okay, yeah, that will work. It's kind of like collar. Make it out of deer pelt leather.
Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah, you catch them as they're leaving the tavern. You guys walk outside into the crisp, cool air, and you see Osborne, and you smell him before you see him lumbering from around the building.
Osborne?
Good morning to you. As I say from around the corner before seeing him.
As I walk around the corner here, they'd be like, "How'd you know it was me?"
Oh, look how we're...
Well, I was gonna say ladies, but I figured it was probably you.
Oh,
They had fish for dinner.
it sounds like you've been rolling around in compost all morning.
That's because he has. And night. And previous evening.
I've been sleeping in the compost pile for the past month or so.
Ever since we started traveling, yeah.
Yeah, every town there's compost piles in my bed.
Oh, no.
Alright, well, I'm going to the blacksmith. I know you have no business there, but Carillian's in the tavern having breakfast. I give him a small sash with enough money to pay for last week's food that he didn't pay for, and the food that he's gonna get this morning. Don't worry, the metal's inside, so you don't have to touch it.
Okay, I'll take the sash and then be like, after the blacksmith, you mind lending me that deer pelt that you held on to?
I'll just give it to you now, as I take it off of the top of my backpack roll because it's too large to fit into a backpack. There you go.
And I'll put it where he had it on top of my backpack roll.
Alright, yeah. You now have one reasonably large deer pelt.
Awesome.
There is a really good tanner that made Carillion secret in town. And then you also have a creation bard that is quite skilled with leather.
Awesome. Yeah, but then I'll go inside and give the barkeep the money and grab a plate of food, like a mountainous plate of food.
He thanks you for the money, and then they're used to you by now, so they don't even think twice about your actions. They just prepare to clean up after whatever left you leave at the table.
They gotta decontaminate the whole bench.
Keurig Ironhand mumbles to himself a little bit because his daughter's not here to clean it up, so I guess it's him or it's no one. It's Broadbee's out doing some dumb shit.
Oh, that's like me preparing the house for D&D every week.
Yes,
Classic.
exactly like that. Well, you guys make it over to the Banded Brace. Nothing too much of interest, although the town seems a little bit emptier than usual. It's open. You can hear the usual sound of metal hitting metal as you approach, and it's considerably hotter once you enter.
Boy, here for that shield if it's ready.
Oh, it is. Just give me a moment. Bjorn goes to the back, and he comes out with a magnificent-looking buckler, covered from top to bottom with shimmering red dragon scales.
Very buckly.
Here it is. If I were to describe its attributes, it would give you resistance to fire damage and +2 to AC. But I don't know what any of that means.
What was this shield made out of?
Dragon scale.
Shield and dragon scale.
With a squirrel and a regular with a regular loud phone.
Yes.
Dave creates a megaphone.
How on earth did you get dragon scales?
I assume very carefully, lass.
Oh, yeah. We killed the dragon. I'll tell you more about it after we leave the shop. Any improvements you can make to this hammer within relative quick fashion?
What kind of improvements you looking for?
Maybe just, if I would say, something of a master crafted level. And possibly if I dump a bunch of silver, if you melt that down and dip it in that.
Material's a little bit subpar, but I'll tell you what. I could give you, if I were to describe it in a term that you would understand, a +1 to hit for an additional 50% of its base value. Or I could give it a +1 to hit and a +1 to damage, non-magical of course, for twice its value.
I can deal with that. Can you dip the fucker in silver?
Yeah, I'll do that too. Here, you keep this one, I'll just forge you a new one for that price.
Alright, that sounds about fair to me.
Silver and all.
Yeah, they only cost 15, so what, double price, 30?
Yeah, 30.
Alright. And then, let's see, enough silver to do that. Like for just a plating dip, probably like 25 silver, 30 silver.
Yeah, let's say 25 silver would be enough.
Alright. Oh, look,
It's
I happen
probably-
to have 25 silver.
Yeah, we'll say that for now because I don't feel like looking it up at the moment.
Alright. And I pass him off the money and go back about my business.
Pleasure doing business with you as always.
Of course. Well, you have a fine day. Alavi, did you have any needs here?
Oh, well, I was hoping to inquire about your regular weapons stock.
Boy,
Seems I lost one of my weapons on the journey up here and didn't have a chance to swing by before I was wrapped into other things.
it seems like a loaded statement, but that's none of my business. I have just about anything you can look for. Just
Sounds
something
like
magic.
a whole lot of hoopla!
What you looking for, lad?
I'll need a few throwing daggers.
That could be done.
And,
Standard.
Mm-hmm. And I'm afraid I broke the rapier I had along the way. So I'll
Would
need
you
a new
like a
replacement.
repair or replacement?
Just a replacement. And considering what we fought just a few days ago, I'd also like to have it silvered.
I could do that. It'll be 25 extra silver to get it silvered.
Of course.
Look through the catalog. It'll be standard value for the rapier
Okay.
and the throwing daggers.
All right. Thank you so much.
If you want, I can make those a little bit more keen more likely to cut something for a little bit extra. Add 50% of their value on top for each one.
Yeah, I'll do that for the daggers.
It'll be more likely to cut, but it won't cut any deeper, if that makes any sense.
Understandable.
If I were to describe it in a numerical value, that'd be a +1. And then you could go ahead and do that math yourself. You guys, to be honest.
Yes.
I'm trying to think of. I'm just adding the +1 Warhammer from fucking D&D Beyond in here. I'm trying to figure out where they have their shields at though.
I'm not sure.
They're under armor, but there's not quite the things I'm looking for. So might have to custom make that shield. Mithril plate. Let me get that shit, dog.
Brilliant. Orion looks over to you and he just sort of glares at you for a few moments. He's not glaring, he's just maintaining like eye contact. He's like,
Paint a picture. It'll last longer.
I don't think I will. Not much of a painter myself.
Yeah, I could have guessed that. It's just the saying that I hear humans say.
Kind of empty in here this morning, ain't it?
Suppose so.
Where's the rest of you lads? I didn't see him come out this morning.
Blacksmith, I suppose.
Oh yeah, I saw those ones leave. I was here with you.
Why are you asking then?
Well, there's other ones.
I don't keep track of them.
There's the big Gunnar one.
He does his own thing. I think he just sleeps in the alley all the time. Just
And don't you
forgets.
guys have a magic lady?
Yeah, I don't know where she goes. That kind of worries me.
Odd. I don't know much about you, Chef, I'll be honest. Where are you from?
To the lands in the east.
Ah, yes. A vague general direction.
I don't remember what it's called.
That's fair enough. You don't gotta share with me if you don't want to.
Maybe eventually.
What about you, Osborne?
From the forest, he says with like a mouthful of food and spits out food onto Orion's face.
Yes.
Close your mouth and wait till you're done
I
chewing
love
there.
partially used eggs in my beard. Nothing like it. I didn't actually mean that. Don't you throw any eggs at me with that ghost hand. Yeah, awfully strange. Haven't seen the server around here at all either. That's strange.
I heard she was an adventurer.
Ah, maybe she's just out of business then.
Well, I feel like that was due to her obsession with Kyogo.
Do you think she's actually obsessed?
She put mud in a bag from his
Oh.
boots.
But that's one thing. Have we caught her stalking?
Not stalking per se.
Just the boot thing.
There was other things. The boot thing stood out to me.
Perhaps we'll keep our eye on that, shall we? What are you guys doing? That transaction actually went by pretty quick. He had all your stuff on standby. You're still having like in a night forge for you.
I'm after that. If a lobby's ready to go, I'm gonna head to the general store or somewhere that sells magical items in general.
Ooh, absolutely.
Because I want to find a bag of holding, because I feel like if there was a level to our characters, they would be able to gain that item fairly easily at this point. And then I also want to pick up some more potions and antidotes and things like that.
Yeah, there's like a general store with adventurers gear and like some potions and stuff. Although the range of potions won't be as good as the alchemist store, and that'd probably be your first stop.
All right. Well, that sounds good.
It was a magic shop. Let me remember its name.
Hey, to fix it so I don't have to make a custom item, I'm just gonna add breastplate or full plate of fire resistance. That way, it's added into my stat, and I don't have to calculate it.
Okay, sounds good. Although if you write it down in your notes, you
I
can
did,
take it into
and
account.
that way I know what it is. But this way, it fully calculates it for me. since I made a custom item, but it won't let me apply modifiers to it.
It's strange I did that. Well, I did it too. The priest made item. Never mind.
Yeah, mine's being funky.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys make it to the general store. There's just an
Oh my.
ordinary human man inside there. You notice that the inside is very, very orderly. It's spotless, down to the finest detail. Everything on the shelves is in perfect order. The man sits back there with his glasses and he greets you when you walk in. He's like, "Hello, welcome to the store. How could I help you?"
Oh, I'm here to pick up just a few things. Hoping to find a couple antidote type poison or potions. Maybe a couple standard healing potions. And I'm also looking for a bag of holding.
I'll have the potions, I'll have the antidotes. Bag of holding, you'll have to go over to the magic shop. But let's see what we got in stock here. I could do 15 gold per antidote.
Alright.
And I could give you a minor healing potion for 10 gold, a greater healing potion for 20 gold.
I'll take the graders. I'll take 2 graders and 2 antidotes. That should sum up to what? 70 gold?
Sure.
I'm gonna try to persuade him. Think I could do 60 since it's a big bulk order. Let me check my own persuasiveness here. Because I don't think it's that great. Oh, I actually have a +4. 13.
I would, but times are a little tight right now. I'm sorry, lad. Perhaps if you keep coming back, I'll be able to do something for you next time.
Boy, sir, I'm the only one that's actually bought anything at this damn store.
I get tons of custom, my good friend.
Oh, I mean out of the retards in which I find myself companions with.
Ah, yes. Are they full-blooded orcs as well?
No, just this one. Others aren't quite so
No,
full-blooded.
and I would be careful where you point your accusations of the orcish race. I'm not quick to be violent of a man that means no harm, but others could be.
I didn't imply that your companions were retarded. You did, my friend.
No, but you
I
did
just
too
asked
orcish,
it.
sir.
I just thought you might have some strapping orc lads on your crew, huh?
Afraid not, but shows a lot for your character. I'll remember that. And I put the 70 gold on the counter and take my fucking potions.
All right. No need to be angry, lad. Could I interest you in anything else?
Yeah, it seems I could use some more rope.
Yeah, I'll give you some rope. It goes at the standard price. How much you need?
I'd say 30 feet.
Only comes in 50 feet. How does that
Oh,
sound?
sad. Yeah, that's perfect. How much will that be?
Oh, you'll have to look at the catalog. I have it over there on the counter.
Alright, thank you.
Just don't leave without paying me. I'd appreciate it. Some people do try. That's why I have this club.
Oh.
And he pulls out this big, mean-looking club from behind the counter. It's like, I haven't had to use it, but usually just showing it to people, politely asking them not to steal from me has been quite effective.
Oh, yes. Well, that thing is as big as me, so I don't think I'll be stealing anytime soon.
Well, I thank you for that. And for your custom. Or you, Orcish man, before you leave. Could I interest you in some pouches for those? Some quick draw pouches that would allow you to use them, say, as a bonus action in combat.
You could. What's the
Well,
price?
it'll be about 20 gold. Not too bad. It'll fit 3 of them. Up to the greater healing capacity.
Fair enough. I'll do that.
All right, here you go. What it gives you is actually, it's a really, really finely crafted piece. It looks sturdy. almost as if you were to happen to fall on it, they wouldn't immediately shatter and waste all your potions. Very, very good leatherwork.
Alright, well, thanks for your time. I'll be off.
Do you know, are you acquainted with the owner of the magic shop?
Can't say I am.
Hold on. I had it pulled up, but now it's gone. Allow me to think.
That pause,
using your brain.
that pause is a little disconcerting. Are we about to walk into a little of a coop of a magic shop?
I'm not sure what you mean. You'll have to elaborate. I'm not very book smart, you see.
Well, oftentimes in halfling society, those that focus on magic items themselves tend to be a little,
Out there?
yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Eccentric.
Yes, eccentric is also a great way to put it.
Oh, most of the magic users I've met have been quite eccentric. And more than a little dangerous. Don't trust them much myself, but some of them are decent. Some of them aren't. Just like any group of people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's called the Mystic Sky. You'll find it down in a narrow little alley just beyond the market district. I believe Jane is the name of the lady that owns it.
The one that works with the gorillas.
What's this about gorillas?
Oh, nothing. I'm friends with the gorilla.
Oh,
What's the name?
Quite a few.
odd friendship. Yeah, he gets you guys whatever you need, and you're good to go over to the Mystic Sky. What are you two doing?
Supposedly leaving the tavern by now.
Yeah, I get to prepare for food. I'm gonna follow Orion and the shelf out with Selleck.
Okay. A few of the passerby see Selleck, like, is sort of walking around behind you guys, and they shy away. They see a lot of weird shit around here, but a giant spider walking through town is a little bit high on the list of weird things, and they're quite concerned, but no one moves to stop you. They're well familiar with you guys at the very least.
You know, Selleck's our spirit animal. Or, no, not a spirit animal. What do they call it?
Mascot.
Mascot, yeah. Selleck's our mascot.
I suppose I didn't know we had one.
We do now.
Where are you guys going?
I say we make him a tiny spider-sized sword. One that he could grip upon his fuzzy little paw thing.
Why not just give him, like, spikes to put on the end of his, like, forelegs so that he could stab the hell out of things?
I say we get him a fucking one of those double beer sippy hats and fill the containers with fire breath potions so he can breathe fire.
As if a giant spider was not horrifying enough.
Congratulations! You wanted to kill it with fire, but you can't. And then make the cape a fucking fire resistance cape.
Is that where you guys are going? Are you guys going over to the tanner to get your cape made or your leash or whatever?
I was gonna have our local our group craftsman make it.
Oh, that's me.
Yes, I'm sure you won't charge me for it.
I mean,
And I have
I
zero
suppose we
money.
could look for them since I don't really have any business anymore because I don't have anything waiting to pick up.
Yeah, were you guys just returning to the central district? As soon as
Well, I
it
was gonna hit the
open?
magic shop too.
It's in that general direction.
Oh, then
like,
yeah.
all the
Yeah.
shops are in the center of town.
Okay.
So you guys probably would see them, like, walking out.
Boy,
And you greet each other. As if you were seeing a friend in the street.
Oh, hello, friend.
fuck you. What you guys doing today?
Okay, we're not friends then. I don't
We're
know.
friends.
Halfling.
Yes.
Need a leash and collar made out of this here deer hide.
Oh, well, let me see.
One big enough for
It looks like you left some handprints. I'll have to clean that out first. That's gonna be an extra charge.
I'll have it one of my weed
The
points
charge
again.
is you getting a cut of our money when we go places.
It's just a joke. Don't worry.
I just need it big
My
enough for
hammer being
for-
the size of his head and most of his torso.
As long as I'm part of this group, I'm Might as well spend my time making sure the meat shields are live.
Yeah, and we need this collar and leash for our new mascot. As I show you, Selleck.
Yeah, I still can't get over just the giant spider.
We told him not to pick it up, but
Would a
he
halfling
wouldn't
be able to
listen.
ride on Solid?
I'm sure you have.
Yeah, probably.
I actually do not wear armor either, so I am very light.
Yeah, Selleck could absolutely carry you into battle.
Would you also like me to make, like, a saddle?
I mean, still a little big for Selleck.
Of course, when it's your time to ride a spider of that size. Is he's gonna get bigger?
Well, he
Probably.
did come from a drider, so
But you're
probably.
Gonna get large.
What's even a... What,
I don't think you've illuminated her as to the details of that.
Oh,
What
yeah.
is a drider?
Well,
He's
half
a
of
spider
them.
with a woman's top half. Similar to a centaur, but spidery.
Spider tar.
To be fair, I didn't know this before I took Selleck. Kind of took Selleck, then we found out, and then he's like, "Oh, he's my friend now, so let's keep him."
Oh, okay. This would take me the better part of a day to get this leather tanned, properly cleaned, and of course to get the strips set up and the sewing done. So it would take the rest of the day. That's all I can really say.
Take as long as you need. We're not in no rush. I don't think anybody in this town will threaten Selleck right now.
I would hope not. They would probably poorly words. Goddamn.
Words are hard.
I'm an orc, okay?
No, it's just one of those days. That's fine.
I'm actually feeling quite creative today.
What creative things are you gonna do today then?
Math.
Like your cousin.
Well, we were planning on going to the magic shop just down the road.
Oh.
Hopefully they have a discount bin because
Yeah.
my funds are running low.
That and maybe some of you could pick up some potions for yourselves.
Yeah, maybe.
I may be a
Perhaps.
healer, but this healing's for me.
Yeah, he ain't using his potions on any of you
These are
guys.
for self-healing.
Perhaps stock up while you can.
Probably should. Maybe I could talk to the magic shop about that longbow I got.
Perhaps. The Mystic Sky is a short walk down a narrow alley, and it takes you. I'm going to describe the building to you. It's a timber-framed, single-story building with a yellow tile roof and a large cellar. You can see the entrance to the cellar off to the side in the narrow alleyway. When you walk inside, it's got large bookshelves covered with all kinds of books and scrolls, the likes of which you've never seen. Some of them shimmer faintly in the light. And there's an ordinary human female sitting over at the counter, minding her own business. She doesn't seem to notice you guys when you walk in.
Is there not a bell on the door?
No,
So strange.
I don't know, walk up to the counter then.
she looks over at you.
Two things.
Yes?
How much are your healing potions? And can you do something with magic weapons?
Well, standard price here. If you want them cheaper, you have to go to the general store over to the alchemist.
General price then?
That'll be 75 gold for a standard healing potion.
Not that desperate name.
And yes, I could do something to a bow. What kind of something, though?
Make it a little bit stronger. Maybe.
Let me see this bow.
I'm gonna hand her the bow.
She sort of examines the bow, and it's a very fine bow. It doesn't really have a string here. Oh, I see what it does. And when she draws it back, it creates those magic bolts that you're familiar with.
Well, Lavi would like to duck.
I don't know. Yeah, I want to make sure
Yes,
it's
you
not aimed
may
at me.
do so. It's well that you do duck because she accidentally lets go and fires one of the projectiles into the wall, and it burns straight through it. And you can hear yelling in the neighboring, building. She's like, "Oh, that happens at least once a week. Don't worry about that. They'll be fine."
How does it happen
Ooh.
at least once a week? Do you encounter these a lot?
I'm just not very cautious with my magic. That's
Oh.
all.
Yep. As expected.
I don't think I'll be able to enhance this in any way. Perhaps if you could bring me some sort of materials that I can combine with it. It looks like it has slots slots that would fit some sort of runes in them. If you could find something that would fit in those slots, then perhaps I could upgrade it for you.
How very Diablo of you.
I was thinking.
I guess we'll keep
Skyrim.
looking out then.
If only we didn't have.
I do have other stuff for sale, if any of you would be interested.
Show me what you got.
Well, I have something called an Ioun Stone. It floats around your head and it does magic things. This one enhances your strength.
I'm interested, but show me what else you got.
Let's see, we have the Brooch of Shielding, the Ring of Protection, the Ring of Nature, the Ring of Eagle Sight. And that's all we have as far as our, specials.
How much is that right there? Ring of protection.
It's gotta be 1,000 gold.
Done.
I'll take that.
Hold on. I've been stockpiling gold this whole campaign.
Oh,
And I also have all of his.
Yeah.
Technically, I have like 2,500 gold right now, but
How much? I mean,
And technically, I have no idea how much that is mine.
God fed and
I'll explain the dragon. You got to remind me outside of a store. outside of
Dragon?
a shop.
what's
No,
this
we didn't
about a
kill
dragon? He says.
Nothing. We killed a dragon a while back, and I show her the buckler.
Ah, that was you.
Indeed.
Very impressive.
Yeah, I suppose that would make it.
How much for that there stone as well?
Ah, that'd be 2,000 gold.
And you said it does what?
It enhances your strength. Now, to what extent, I would have to look
This
it up again.
motherfucker spending my gold.
No, I'm actually not, but I'm asking for future reference, because
Yeah.
that's a strong buff.
I mean, as long as I can eat, I really.
That
don't
would
care.
almost be better to have than the fucking...
I'll have to look the scrolls.
Consult them.
Very well, if you insist. And she goes into the back, leaving you all waiting awkwardly for her to return.
is there like a discount item section? For the
Poorly
poor?
made and or mundane items.
Any, uncommon magic items you could probably find here. If you could look at the catalog and find its name and price. They likely have it. They're pretty well stocked.
Boy.
Oh, I want that item. Ring of free action.
Your strength increases by 2 while it's equipped.
I'll keep that in mind. But for now, I'm just gonna buy the ring of protection.
Alright, yeah, it's yours.
I'm gonna put down my 5 hash coins and ask her how much healing potions can I get for this.
Ah, I see. The good stuff, huh? Let me ponder this. I'll give you 1 greater healing and 1 standard healing for it.
Done. That's a good deal, right?
For what?
5 hash coins.
Good deal.
All right, my accountant says yes.
I'll take those. And I guess I'll be taking the rest of the day off.
I suppose I just magically appears.
Yes, it does. We had a blink over there.
Yeah.
So for the minor healing, it's 2d4 plus 2. With the greater healing, it's 4d4 plus 4.
Oh, you said 1 standard and 1 greater.
1 greater. Yes.
Okay. I'll make sure.
Since she was charging an arm and a leg for the standard potions, that probably was a good deal.
That's the wrong character.
So, how could I help the rest of you?
Just looking at your discount items section. I'm afraid I'm a little light on the pockets after such a harsh journey up here.
That is so unfortunate. Well, your rich friend over there might be willing to lend you some money.
Afraid not. I'm out of money. If you want to spend gold, it's his.
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Well, feel free to look through the catalog. Here, take this. It's a one-time use. It's a little stone that it's entirely clear, and there's a tiny picture of the shop inside of it. Say what you want to buy out loud and its price. Throw this on the ground, and you'll have it. Just this one time. The gold will automatically be withdrawn. Just to be clear.
And I can use this
the
from
credit stone.
and I can use this from anywhere.
Oh yes, certainly.
You mind if I keep this for now and think about it later?
That was the intention. I didn't
good.
want to continue this conversation. My people skills are at their limit.
Plus, I
And
swear.
I'm about to take the rest of the day off. And she goes ahead and grabs the hash points and stuffs them down her shirt.
Well, don't have too much fun at the beach, as there is a lake nearby.
I'll try not to. Make no guarantees. And she winks.
All right then.
Boy, you should offer us some secrets of Carillion's nature.
I only got the one pair.
You could start an empire.
I mean, I could, but that would require more magic hides. I mean,
all you gotta do is kill more sacred animals of the beholder.
I
type.
prefer
Not,
that you didn't.
yeah,
I don't wanna do
that again.
Nothing
Alright.
like killing innocent, sacred, guardian, displaced.
It didn't register.
Well, at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and walk out of the store.
I will follow.
I'll
Yeah.
tip my proverbial hat at her as I walk out.
You guys, she nods back at you, and as you guys step out, there's a brief flash behind you, and the door is suddenly sealed shut, as if there were never hinges or never a door there. It's just fused into the wall itself, and there's a little glowing closed sign.
Mm.
You could also see smoke obscuring the inside, the inside of the shop.
Outstanding.
It smells a little strange.
Wait, hold on. Is that how you use those things?
Yes.
Oh, that makes more sense.
Some people bake it in things like his stalker.
Oh, I have
okay.
a bunch of shit I still need to get rid of.
I got a bunch of stuff I need to sell.
I still have the Great Scimitar.
Is that the 2d8 one? Yeah, I got one of those too.
Did I give it to you, or did you just have it?
I have it. I have one of them anyway.
Sorry, now I'm trying to figure out all my notes of items that aren't in D&D Beyond that I have, so that I don't forget about them.
That's fine. We could
Or-
always just sell
or we
those in
can-
downtime.
Or we can keep them for the apes.
Can they use those?
As you guys step out into the narrow alleyway, you guys see a little piece of paper just sort of floating over the ground. It's all black and it sort of has a mystic aura about it, and it just gently rotates.
I would like to investigate it.
Touch it.
As you approach it, it actually spins around you, and then it goes towards the rest of the party.
Might want to watch out. It's coming towards you guys.
I'm just gonna block it with my ghost hand so it doesn't touch me.
As soon as it comes into contact with your ghost hand, it unrolls so that you're able to read it.
Oh.
Don't touch me there.
It originally
That's clear.
appears as ancient ruins, but then it converts itself into a language that you understand.
Oh yes,
It's,
magic paper.
It's an RSVP
Oh god.
for the previous event that you've been invited to.
Why do we need a...
It
Okay.
requests the names of everyone who's going to be attended and tells you that the event will take place shortly, but doesn't specify a time.
I'll let the rest of the party know. So that that event that Hell invited us to. That's what this is. Apparently, it's gonna happen soon, but we don't know when exactly.
Well, I guess it'll just be us.
An invitation from
From Hell.
Hell?
Yeah, she's a nice lady.
Actually, not too bad.
You mean
Yes.
The
underworld.
Yes.
Yes.
and what did you say the effects of those hash coins were?
Did you take it yet, or
They just make you very calm.
Are you sure that's it? Because I ate one of those a few days ago, and I'm a little worried about everyone here.
I don't think they're that strong.
I think if there was anything wrong with it, you would have died. It's Orion who's been silently following you guys around. That's the only other thing he does in his free time is drink.
Christ, I love
Alright, where's the cover?
Well, Mom originally.
Okay, well, enough about that. Who's all going? Because I think I need to reply to this at some point soon.
There's a pen that does appear and it hovers around the thing, and there's lines that are obviously intended for the names of the guests that you're inviting along with you.
Well, I want to at least the original 3 that were going, write those down. Then are you going with us?
Well, if you guys are going to some strange place, you need the whole group. So I'll be attending as well.
Okay, I'll write Lobby's name down. And Orion, you still going?
Wait, am I invited? Am I on the list?
I have to write the name. You were on the list before, weren't you?
I didn't look at the list. You guys looked at the list.
I think we wrote your name down on the original.
I didn't
Actually,
read the
we didn't
list.
write any names down.
I couldn't read the list. I didn't know what it was.
Well, we didn't write any
Fair
names
enough.
down. I just think.
All right, yeah, put me down on the list. I'll get it. Why not?
Okay, I'll write Orion's name down.
I was just gonna sit around and drink myself further into oblivion, anyways.
Well, now you can do it with the goddess of the underworld.
That sounds rather exciting, actually. I'm ready.
They're gonna need nice clothes though. We can't wear armor. I
What do you
think
mean we can't wear armor? What else am I gonna wear?
nice
I
clothes.
could always make you something. Since I doubt there'd be anything good enough to buy in your price range.
What about a very nice cake to go over my arm?
That's not very fancy.
Does the note say anything specific about what we can and can't bring?
It doesn't say anything.
I could have sworn I could have sworn before.
I don't think, remembering the previous note, it didn't specify the attire you were allowed to wear. You guys just assumed that you needed to wear nice attire. Or it might have said wear something nice.
I think it did.
I could always just make something that's nice enough to go over everyone's current outfits.
I mean, most of us bought finer gear previously.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
it's
yeah.
really just Orion and yourself that need to.
Oh well, I've never really
Well, the
saw you
question
guys
is
do that.
I think it was before, but I think the question is, can we wear the? Because obviously, for people that wear the heavy armor, can't
I'll be
wear-
wearing my armor just with my finest priest vestments over top.
Does this mean I have to take another bath?
The armor's
Yeah.
part of this religion.
It is.
with soap.
Oh,
this
thank
time.
goodness.
And don't hug hell. It didn't work well for the world tree
Yeah, this one's a no hugging.
at all.
If you
Take a bath. Can't have hugs.
if you
Please
feel
just
like
go-
you want to hug Hell, just hug Orion or I guess me.
Yes, definitely hug Orion.
Yeah,
No.
absolutely.
Hug the little one.
Look how big he is.
Huggable, look at her.
He looks so huggable.
He drinks alone all the time. He needs a hug.
I'm sure a hug after a bath won't be so bad.
Oh, she's a lot softer than me. Look, she's got big boobas and everything. I just smell like oil and dirt.
Yeah, but you're always drinking alone, and I feel like you're miserable, so you might need a hug from him.
I need a hug, but perhaps not.
Alright, no need to put what's on the inside on the outside.
Yes, perhaps we best keep that to ourselves.
Okay. What else do I need to do with the note? Because I just wrote the names down.
As soon as you drop the pen, it sort of like does a swirl into the air, and then it disappears into a portal directly into the ground, leaving a little scorched section where it disappeared.
I wish we can get more information, but guess not.
It seems you won't be getting any, at least
No.
not right away.
No, we won't.
Oh my.
Well, you guys are standing in this narrow alley by yourselves. It's strangely empty. It has been all day.
Wow, this is strangely empty.
Yeah.
I feel like it has been all day.
Wow, strange.
Yes.
Well,
So when is this party?
It didn't say.
I think
I'll
with
get to
that
that.
in mind, I should probably go ahead and start making all the things we need.
I'm gonna go ahead and create water real quick as a spell. I'm gonna fucking create water over him and just fucking like force dip him into it.
He needs more than
It's
water.
almost like you're waterboarding more trying to drown him, because that's really the only way you can.
I look at him and I'm
take
like-
a bath.
It's just big rain.
You could have asked. You could have.
Big rain. Every time he starts talking, I dunk him into the big rain.
And it's difficult because Osborne is huge, but luckily you're also a full-grown, full-blooded orc, and his feeble resistance isn't enough to prevent the cleaning.
How about I make some soap?
I don't think he's ever heard of soap before.
Oh, don't worry. It smells nice, and I can make it smell.
Don't
good.
worry,
Don't
as long as he doesn't smell like compost, he's good.
It'll ruin his natural musk.
He's like a sloth. If you clean too much out, you'll get rid of the ecosystem living in its hair.
So no soap then.
No soap, it seems.
Yeah, you guys finished cleaning him. Oddly enough, no one stopped by or takes a look at you. You see one or two people walk up the alleyway and they just sort of mind their own business. They want nothing to do with what's going on.
That's goddamn straight they do.
Yeah,
They're like, oh, he's getting waterboarded.
It's nothing concern you.
yeah, so you're now squeaky clean. What are you guys doing now?
Where's the guards when you need them?
Well,
You're clean. You don't smell like compost. You just smell like verbal.
What they were doing is called a public service.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and take a quick stop by the clergy. Y'all are welcome to come if you'd like, but I'm just gonna make sure I'm stocked up on fine clerical things and such, as I did use some of my incense and all that kind of shit. So
Gotcha. You could go and restock those. You head over. Did that temple have a particular name? I don't believe I assigned.
I don't
one.
think he did. So I think I was the one that described it, and I think I just described it as a fucking. No, you said it was a temple of Balder.
Ah, that's right. It is a temple of Balder, although it has some smaller shrines for the other gods. The primary worshipped god in this temple is Balder.
Yeah, I'll just boost up everything that I have as far as that way it's just at what it was normally. And then I'll ask them about. I'm gonna look for like the head priest or priestess.
Yeah, you find them in their office, going over some paperwork. Ah, yes, Fjorgar, come on in. It's like a middle-aged man. He's dwarvish actually, and he's dressed in gowns and clergy wear.
Ah,
Yes, standard church clothing.
boy, I seek a holy quest to find a symbol of Bueller with a greater power.
A holy quest. I might be able to grant you a holy quest, but not for a jeweler. You would have to find a temple that specifically worships jeweler for such a thing.
Well, technically anything within the Pantheon would work, but things of this nature. Where would you know of a temple of Bueller other than my homelands?
I don't know the specific temple, but here's what I would suggest instead. Perhaps take some time to reflect in prayer, and if Euler hears you, perhaps he will grant you the quest himself when he deems you worthy.
I'm gonna start like forcefully praying.
He sort of like puts his meaty hands together and he's like, I prefer you didn't.
I'd prefer I did.
This is a holy place.
This is a
I
holy
prefer
place.
solitude. The prayer,
This is what a temple is for.
yes, the temple, but preferably not my office.
You have an office.
Yes, the office you walked into that I described as an office, but provided no details about.
Seems like just a room.
It is a room.
As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing making it special here. And I continue to pray harder.
Very well. Help yourself. And he exits the office and goes out to the general
Unnatural 20 on religion.
ooh.
Uller hears you. He doesn't deign to respond just yet, but you get the sensation that he's heard you and he's pondering your query. Go ahead and mark that down. Noted. Alright, yeah. You get the sensation that he's heard you, but your praying avails you no further than that. Not yet.
Seems like my work here's done. And then I'm gonna walk out and find the rest of everybody.
And you find the priest just sort of sitting there waiting for you to vacate the room. And he bids you a good day and goes back into his office, this time gently shutting the door behind him.
Nice.
As you exit the temple, and you're once again amongst your companions, you see Lilith approaching you. She looks a little unnerved, which is unusual, since she's fairly unflappable in most situations.
Cannot be flapped.
Yes.
Boy, you seem a little flapped.
Yes, Kjolgar, this is gonna sound strange, but you have a guest over at the guild hall, and they're requesting your presence post haste.
This is strange, but it may have been through my forceful prayers that this happened.
I know nothing, but
I give her a taste of forceful prayer.
She just sort of like takes a step back and is like, perhaps you should follow me.
That's certainly
Sure, that sounds fair enough.
I would like to allow me to clarify. This request is for all of you.
Ah.
Although I don't believe you were mentioned, Alavi, but you're welcome to join, I'm sure.
Oh, they were with me?
Yes.
Oh, this was okay. When I met them. Okay, gotcha.
If you guys don't specify, I'm going to assume you go places together.
Yeah.
Just to make this a lot easier for
Fair
every
enough.
one of us.
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Split the party every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
We
Same.
sure try.
Only other thing Alavi plans to do is go to the guild, ask for a place to work,
All right.
and then work until sunset.
Well,
Just need to go.
all you care to come with?
Of course.
I suppose. I gotta go to the
I'm
general
still
store
off the
after
road.
that, but
As you guys walk up to the guild hall, you notice that there's a sizable crowd, including the mayor herself,
Oh, shit.
banding around it. But they're all outside of the building, just sort of looking at it reverently. And with that, we're going to stop and take our 10-minute break.
All right.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll be back in... Oh, go on.
Hey, quick shout out. Hey, Rusty, thanks for joining us. I see we've got cross country in here, so cross country. Nice to see you and meet you. And Leslie, thanks for the lurk. See you guys back in a few.
See you guys in 10. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. During the last hour, our party had woken up, got themselves some good breakfast, and stocked up on equipment they're going to need for their future adventures. And here we are. Lilith came up to them, looking as if she was in a state of shock, and asked them to follow her to the guild hall as they had a special guest of some kind. And as they approached the guild hall, they saw a good amount of the townsfolk sitting around the front of it, just sort of like filling the square, and among them was the mayor. They're all on their knees, and you could see they have tears streaking down their face. Every single one of them in the audience has tears
What's going on?
actively falling from their eyes.
Is this?
I'm not sure, but I have a feeling
What's that feeling?
that tonight's gonna be a good night. No, I have a feeling it has to do something with Baldur or Hell, one of the two.
Oh, I'd bet on hell.
Yeah,
Maybe.
with the tears, it could be Baldur.
True.
Or it could be that they all have poor genes and are crying at something unnecessary.
Possibly.
Yeah.
As you guys approach, everybody makes way for you. A few of them get up, grumble, and they move back to their spots. Standing in front of the giant double doors at the very front of the building are two Valkyries resplendent in golden armor, blocking the way. As you approach, the one looks at you, the clear leader of the group. Would you be Kjorgar? But she
Well, I
says
would.
that in a feminine voice. Would you be Kjorgar?
Go back to the other one.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm gonna send it.
that I would. By the way, that armor's pretty.
Thank you. It's made by the gods themselves.
Mm.
Very. Well, follow me then. And she opens the door and leads you guys inside. Any thoughts as you guys are walking in?
Those are Valkyries, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we've met some before.
It does. I'm not seeing things from the hash cookie, right?
Did you eat it already, or
Not in a while.
okay?
I may have took a nibble like this morning, but
I
that
think
was
you're good.
They
not
only
that
take
strong.
about 30 minutes to activate, and they actually last for a couple hours, so who knows?
So she leads you guys in, and you guys notice that the chamber is not lit naturally. Instead, there's a woman dominating the center of it, resplendent in golden light. You recognize her right away, Kjorgar being a man of God. This is Frigg, the queen of the gods. And she stands there, awaiting as you approach.
I'll give a nice kneel down and greet her. Ah, mighty Frigg. I did not expect somebody of such might to come and visit me in person.
Yes, I imagine most people wouldn't expect such a thing, but strange times we live in. You may stand and approach.
I do so. I look back at Osborne and I whisper,
I'm gonna pound my head, kind of upset. Out like a 2-year-old.
I'm gonna
child.
look to Frigg and be like, my friend here really enjoys hugs.
Well then. And she walks forward and embraces you.
I give her a hug, knowing that I don't smell as bad now. Probably okay with it.
You notice that the strength in her arms is far greater than that you would expect from a woman of her size, almost as if she were a god or something.
Ah, strange.
No way.
Yes. Well, I don't have much to say. I'm sure you weren't expecting to speak with me on this day.
Can't
But
say it was.
you were the only mortals that were there when my son Baldur met his fate.
Unfortunately, yes, I was.
Well, myself and my Valkyries and my other servants have been riding all over the land, seeking tears for Baldur. There was a deal made, you see. The only way Balder could return to us is if every creature, every object, everything that was capable of shedding a tear on this continent, on this world, would shed a tear for the passing of Balder.
Hmm.
And I saved you for last, so that I may ask you personally, having met my son, would you shed a tear so that he may return to us?
I will give my best attempt. I turn around and I kick Ozzy directly in the balls. I look at both of them and I punch them directly in the tits as hard as I fucking can. And then I look down to a chair and I sit directly on my own testicles.
They look at this display in utter shock as it was unexpected. Every living creature feels a natural grief for the loss of Balder. And not only do you feel the sudden sickness, but you feel that grief, and you may choose to cry now.
I do so.
I can cry on commands.
You should have spoke up earlier.
Do each of you cry?
Yes.
It hurts.
I
Yeah.
would like to roll on the ground crying. Holding my
Yes,
nuts.
thank you. It warms my heart to see that there's still some good in the mortals. Although, that was a bit unorthodox. I would have preferred well, I'm not sure if it affects the deal since they were forced to cry, but that looks like genuine sadness on their features.
I'm a hardy man. I don't cry for much, but I do grieve for your son, as well as my friends. Though we are used to pain. So, unorthodox measures were needed.
Thank you. That makes nearly every creature that crawls, walks, and flies on the land. This cheers my heart. Thank you.
Of course.
Well, be safe, be well, and do great things.
I'll sure try.
That you will, I'm sure. And she begins to leave with her Valkyries.
Oh, I also kicked Orion in the balls too, just in case.
Yeah, he's sort of still on the ground crying. Muttering to himself, I would have cried. They hit me there. That's what I get for not wearing my armor.
A day out in the town, they said.
Yeah, with that, people slowly start making their way back into the room. It's once again naturally lit as the torches have been rekindled, and a lot of them just sort of look at you guys strangely, wondering what happened. As they're all well aware of who was in here, and it's strange that they would ask for you lot, but everyone sort of like is hesitant to approach you and goes about their business.
They may continue to hesitate. They will receive no words from me.
Fair enough. Yeah. Do you guys have any thoughts on what just took place?
About getting hit or about needing tears?
Any of it. Generally, I'd be quite mad if someone were to kick me anywhere that was sensitive.
You can be upset all you want. That wasn't a chance I was willing to take with a god. Goddess.
The queen of the gods, shall we say.
Indeed.
Boy, it sure is hot in here all of a sudden. The pizza. The pizza's making me warm.
Ah, the meat sweats.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Kjorgar is familiar with these, as he's always profusely sweaty. I'm making that canon. He's sweaty every time he eats.
Well, here you guys are, standing in the middle of a busy guild hall.
And
Well,
we're gonna continue standing
Lilith
up as well.
approaches you guys, like, so, what was all that?
Tears?
Yeah, Frigg came to visit us, since we were there when Balder died, and, she's trying to make some kind of deal to get her son back, though I fear it may backfire upon her.
Oh,
Do you think she's gonna have us do something while we're going to the underworld?
I wouldn't think so, but who knows what the gods have planned. We all just fit in as a piece.
are you alright, Kjorgar? And she looks over at you. You look a tad pale. And you guys all suddenly feel like a strange fatigue wash over you.
I don't know.
Your strength begins to sap away.
We're probably about to die. We'll see you in a few.
She goes and immediately tries to get help, and that's the last thing you guys recall before everything goes black.
Sad.
Yep, there it is.
You guys have a sensation like you're falling to the
As I'm doing like going black, I grab my hammer in case it's the final death.
Yeah,
Sad.
that way you could fight your way up the road.
No, that way I could go to Valhalla with my weapon in my hand.
Ah, yes. You don't want the straw death. That's the bad death. That's how you go to hell.
I mean,
Which, oddly enough, is where you wake up. You guys find yourself all across a massive table built from a very, very fine black wood that's all gilded in various silvers and encrusted with stones. Now, the wood of this very table is so dark that it almost sucks the meager light out of the room. The next thing you notice, the chamber is cold. It almost chills you to the bone, but you don't have goose flesh or anything. You're not actually physically cold. It's just a sensation that you feel. It doesn't feel natural.
Good.
The only light comes from like a huge central fire that's trying its best to provide heat to the room, and it provides a warm light for most of it, but not all of it. It appears to be of the room itself is of a very fine stone construction, but also all very, very dark. You're not sure exactly what kind of stone. The floor is smooth and very well wrought. There's the odd wall hanging here and there, but the other thing that's immediately comes to your attention is how empty this place feels.
Feels like Orion's soul.
Where?
We're in hell. Welcome. We've been here before.
As you guys look around the chamber and you bring your eyes back to the center of the table, you now find it set with all kinds of delicious looking food. Fruits of numerous types and varieties, all manner of beasts, slain, cooked, and seasoned to perfection for this precise occasion. And then, over at the end of the table, sitting at the head, on a stone made of bones, the goddess Hel herself sits in a gorgeous black dress that sparkles like the night sky. You can see her corpse half, and you can see her human half. Because she has two halves. Sorry.
Yes, this is right.
Yes.
I don't wait for her to say anything. I just start stuffing my face with the food.
I'm gonna flap his arms down immediately. Wait.
I was questioning the food.
You guys happen to notice the guests right next to her in seats of honor, Balder and his wife, who is both look rather melancholy with their current situation, just sort of looking off in the distance as if they were staring into the very abyss itself.
I whisper to them. Wait for them to eat. Head of the table always eats first.
Orion goes ahead and he puts his plate back down as he was just about to make the same mistake as Osborne, but he takes your good advice.
So
Do I see these stones around me? Maybe like a loose stone or something.
No, the floor is actually very well made. There's no random debris around.
I'm gonna look at the shelf and be like, I need a hammer or a rock or something
why?
to toss it at that one guy that likes stuff being tossed at him.
No.
Does Olavi get the?
You were there when he died. Okay, you're not that fucking dumb.
Does Olavi get the cardinal sense that these are in fact gods?
Yes, it is very obvious to you that these are not mortal beings. And just the sense of dread that you feel at being a guest in this realm makes it very clear to you where you are. Ah, so you decided to show up after all.
Thought dead
So
people
nice
don't
of you
eat.
to join us. Kyogar. Brilliant.
Why wouldn't I? You don't.
I
Turn
didn't
down
say
it.
you wouldn't. I just thought
Okay.
it was polite of you to accept my invitation.
Well, of course, you don't just turn down an invitation from a goddess.
That seems like sound advice. I don't believe I've met you before.
Well,
You're suddenly sitting right next to her. So, how'd you get caught up with this lot?
Hey, Kay.
I'd like to say
Hello there,
divine karma.
Brother K. Did you do something bad in a past life? Perhaps in one.
Wow. Okay.
It must have been bad enough.
I only jest. They don't seem like a bad lot. Not that I've seen so far.
Not from what I've seen.
I've seen them show mercy, and I've seen them not do that. It usually seems appropriate, the actions they take. But who am I to judge? Just a god. The god of death.
Still questioning my motives now?
You may return to your seats, and in a flash, you're back exactly where you were before. Well, help yourselves to the food. It may be a little bittersweet, given the circumstances of our illustrious gathering, but you'll find it's quite good.
Outstanding. And I'll go ahead and serve myself a plate and look to them and just kind of nod.
Okay,
I want to
now
follow his lead. I don't know what to do with the gods. So
Oh,
I would like to just grab food and start shoving it in my mouth.
You absolutely do. The first thing you guys notice, any of you that eat this food, it is delicious.
A Kiergaard.
The next thing you
that people
notice
don't eat.
is it has a bitter
She's not a
aftertaste.
dead person, she's
I'll
gone.
just have a water.
I think you might need to eat. I don't know how this works.
Yeah.
You would spurn my hospitality.
It doesn't
You
matter.
need to eat.
It's very
Don't think
polite
too
of
hard
you.
on it.
I'll remember that one day when you're down here, in person.
Takes like one berry.
I do appreciate the jest, me grace, but I don't intend on coming down here with you. Nothing, of course, as an offense, but I do intend on making my way to Valhalla itself.
I understand. If I had my choice, I wouldn't be in these dismal halls.
Then you can understand.
I do. I saw that you shed tears for our illustrious guests over here.
Of course.
Very
Why would we
interesting.
not?
No, most things on the earth love Balder.
Most.
Most, yes.
What
Almost.
about your father?
My father? Oh, of course. The fool was down here to find out about his fate, well before it even happened. But little he was able to do to stop it, it seems.
I'm sure.
Yes, well, if everything on the earth sheds a tear for him, they get to go back. But I wouldn't keep my hopes up.
Nor would I, unfortunately.
Well, on to the matter at hand. I have a task of great import that I would entrust to you brave heroes, if you would accept it.
Well,
I could offer you great rewards of an undisclosed nature, if you were to do this thing for me.
of course I would always accept the task of a goddess, but I'm not one to accept something without knowing the terms or the task.
Oh, yes, of course, the task I'm going to tell you. The reward will be great. But I cannot disclose exactly what the reward will be as of yet.
Well, I care not for the
Mysterious
reward at the
ways and
moment.
all.
I do care more so for the task.
Very well. If you'll lend me your ears for a moment. You do that motion and they actually do fall off, come in your hands. But when you put them back, they sew themselves back into place as if nothing had ever happened.
I was going to toss one to her if she wanted it. I was going to give her like that go along.
That would have been funny. I need you to retrieve me the root of a certain mountain. Shouldn't be too difficult for you.
I thought trees had roots, not mountains.
Now, the main challenge would be,
It's like
I don't know what mountain in particular it is, but I know someone who may know. You've heard of the sage Regan, yes? Trillian, you've heard of the sage Regan. That's the
yeah.
robot hand guy. Just off like 5 days east of Willowdale.
Actually,
I believe one of us knows of him.
Yes, well, he's located near that town you guys seem so fond of. Just about 5 days off to the east.
Mm-hmm.
You should be able to find his abode up there. He's a very wise man, shall we say.
Is he a
Possesses
dwarven
many
man?
ancient knowledge. Yes.
That would explain his mountain knowledge. Right?
Well, perhaps I was too hasty. I don't know. I believe he would be a dwarf based off the information I have about him, but it may be rude to assume.
Fair enough.
Would you accept this task?
I would, but I feel we're lacking in details. What have I to ask this man?
Ask him for the location of the root of the mountain. He will know what mountain you speak of. He will know what you seek and where it is. That I can assure you.
is that our only task? Is asking this question, or to
It is to retrieve it.
retrieve it?
You did state that.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and then return it to me. I shall invite you back in a similar manner next time, most likely.
Do you have anything of means of sending a message between yourself and I?
I have my ways to communicate.
Fair enough. Well, in that stead, then I do accept this quest. I cannot speak for my compatriots, though.
And she looks at you, and she locks eyes with each of you going around the table. I think they'll comply.
I had business with this Regan, so I will do it.
Oh, I'm well aware.
How do you know?
I keep an eye on you,
Why?
because I'm quite fond of this little group.
Eyeball on her shoulder.
Yeah, she, like, her eye, like, pops out of her corpse side and it rolls down her arm, and she shows her exactly what she means and then pops it back in, just to make her point.
Note to self, look for eyeballs.
Yes, they're eyeballs.
Okay.
Why is it in my bedchamber at night? Well, then that seems to be business handled then.
Oh, you wouldn't happen to know a really strong paladin that was part of your, what was it called, a guild? That came to retrieve Balder. I believe that was her task.
It was her own task, and she was foolhardy.
Ah, well, you need not expect her back.
I figured not.
She's a guest in my halls now.
I also figured this much. I did tell her not to, but she didn't listen to me. One does not show up uninvited.
No. Gorm took exception to that. Those of you that don't know, Garm is a huge dog that guards the entrance.
Oh, that's adorable.
Is there two?
There are two, and I have them painted also.
Oh,
Well, that was the main purpose I invited you here. I could show you around, or if you'd like to get straight to work, you're welcome to leave at your leisure.
I wouldn't say no to a tour.
Sure.
I think some of my compatriots could use a stiffer drink than what's currently available, though.
Very well.
Some are not as pious as myself.
Suddenly, there appears beautiful glasses of wine made out of platinum. The wine is cold and refreshing.
Take my ale horn off my hip and give it to him so he can pour himself some. Or I'll pour a glass in for him. He doesn't touch metals.
Yeah, I will take it now. I was about to say I don't touch it. Now I'll take it.
Very well then. And then with that, a bunch of skeletons walk in carrying several palanquins, which are like little carrying things for rich people, and they communicate to each other by clacking their heads. And they lower the things so that you may step inside and have a tour of the facilities.
I go ahead and step aboard.
Step forward.
Olavi will chug in like just one gulp the alcohol and just goes, "All right, cool. I'm in it for the long haul now."
It's okay. We're only meeting.
Rather big cheeks the halflings have.
Yes, well, one often can surprise oneself in dire situations. Fruitful situations.
Fear not. The gods mean no one any true harm, unless they've committed great offense. And it seems that you have not. Or you would probably already be down here for one reason or another.
This is the second time we're meeting Hell, so I think we're good.
It's probably at least the third. You met her at the base of Yggdrasil, and on at least one other occasion she appeared in your camp.
That was when we were all sleeping though.
Oh yeah, I think that was just Kilgar. Yeah, they go ahead and shuttle you outside into the main section of the palace, and the skeletons blow trumpets as you guys go past. And it's actually, the castle is really well built, despite its dismal nature. You do feel that, ever-present sense of dread that is everywhere in this realm. And it's really dark. It's dim light for those of you that can't see in the dark. And it's even dim light for those of you that can. It's just a weird effect of the realm. And she takes you outside, and you notice that this realm itself is extremely cavernous.
Is it her leading us?
She's in her own carriage.
I'm going
ahead
to
of you
choose to
guys.
fly next to her using the fact that I can fly in dim light.
Are you gonna fly doing your T pose? She
It's
looks,
a slight lean forward too. It's like a 45-degree angle.
You just kind of like stand up when you want to stop.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
she looks over at you. She's like, "My Kilgar, I can't believe I've ever seen a bird that flies quite like that before."
You'd be correct, because this is from pure willpower and the powers of the gods.
I would have been more creative myself, but
Mueller is a god of hunting, not of flying, unfortunately for myself.
well, this is my realm. If you'll look, you'll see the giant, dank cavern where all of my denizens will live. You can hear their constant wailing echoing through the cave on occasion. We have
I take a note, dank cavern for Ozzy.
we have housing for those that weren't quite wicked in their lives. It shares the same dismal properties of the rest of my realm, unfortunately, but they're treated well enough. They enjoy the little warmth we have to offer down here. And then you can see over there in the center the lake that's full of swords. That pours in from over by the gate. That is what separates this realm from the realms outside. Well, the lake, the river itself that feeds the lake, shall I say. Unfortunately, there's not much for you to see. I wasn't expecting you to accept my offer of a tour. There's a reason most people would prefer to go to the brighter realm, shall we say.
Knowledge is knowledge.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
Well, then I do appreciate the tour.
It was great to see someone who wasn't already dead. For a
Well,
change.
Hopefully we'll meet again, as I'm sure some of my compatriots would enjoy that as well, looking at the obvious fear on a lobby's face.
Preferably while your heart still beats, but if not, I shall welcome you to my halls either way.
If I do find my way here by accident, then I will be excited for the feast and the existential dread that comes with it.
I will see that you are taken care of. If you become a guest here, worry not.
Just thinking about, like, bony handshakes.
Yes. Right in the gutter.
Oh, of course. Absolutely.
Classic.
Alright, well. I do appreciate the two of your grace, but I suppose it would be time that we're off to go take your quest. underway.
Yes, I suppose that would be true. Well, I bid you adieu. And with that, she snaps her fingers, and you guys all suddenly gain consciousness in what looks like the medical section of the the guild hall, with a very anxious-looking Lilith just sort of like looking at you guys from the corner. She's over there like drinking what appears to be a stiff drink, and just keeping watch over you guys.
Oh my god, I got insulted hell!
I want to sit up straight and scream.
This startles all of the staff in the room that were tending to you and Lilith herself, and she drops her mug, which shatters on the ground. She doesn't know what to say. She's stunned for a moment. She's like, well, you're alive. That's good news.
I'll just get up normally and be like, that place was weird.
What place was that?
I don't know. Some weird half-faced lady that was a god, some other gods, some skeleton guys.
The underworld. That's
Oh,
where we were.
you are a strange bunch.
We apparently had a feast with hell, and we're given a quest,
Well, we expected that. You didn't. You just kind of roped into it.
and I refused to eat food from a god.
And that made her upset.
That was good food.
You notice as you sit up a lobby, out of the corner of your eye, there's a massive figure. And when you look over, there's the biggest wolf you've ever seen just staring down at you. He's probably about the size of a horse. And he just sort of like keeps his eyes locked on you and sits entirely still.
I'm going to panic. Animate the bed? Is there an open window?
Yes, there is an open
I'm
window.
going to instruct the bed to fly me out of the window.
You go to fly out the window, and it shatters, launching you out into the street. The bed gets caught on the frame of the window, and it just sort of like launches you out. Roll me a dexterity check, or acrobatics, whichever you prefer.
Is the lobby the only one that can see this wolf, or we just see her just
No,
like...
you guys all see the wolf.
Oh,
and
okay.
Fargus.
I would like to hug Fargus.
No.
Fargus accepts your hug.
I'm the one that healed
Wait,
Fargus.
what are you trying to do?
So, in Olavi's panic, sees the giant wolf.
Fargus scared her.
I'm gonna athletics, like, jump and grapple her,
So,
and I'm yelling, no!
so Olavi
You're
has,
losing dexterity then.
so Olavi has
I'm gonna
ani-
use brute force.
Olavi animated the bed that she's on, and she's instructed it to fly out the open window. I rolled a natural 2.
Oh, yeah, sorry, friend. I rolled a 18.
Okay, yeah.
Tackled.
Yeah, he grasps you. The bed comes to life, and then it just sort of like it starts to move, and then it takes the dodge action and it takes evasive maneuvers, flying through the room with both of you on it. You can feel free to do anything with that. It's currently flying through the room, knocking over all kinds of medical equipment, shattering vials full of precious medicine. You know what a flying bed would do.
I'm gonna cast Big Sleep on him.
I have 24 HP.
Good, because I wasn't referring to the spell Sleep.
Oh,
As I pull out my hammer to sleep. You're gonna stop this now. That's our friend.
Olavi cancels the spell.
The bed stops in midair and then comes down with a thump. All four legs of this bed snap, and you guys find yourselves on the floor, safe and
It's a
sound.
platform bed now.
Yes.
Suppose it would fit somebody of your stature.
Maybe we should explain more things.
Yes, the wolf is our friend there. Lilith's. Well, I suppose it's not really hers, it's more of her friend. She doesn't particularly have ownership of it. It is an intelligent wolf, and we've helped him and his clan before. You will not harm the wolf, or you will find harm come to yourself. The last people that harmed the wolf, I snapped their heads into bear traps and hung them from trees.
That was one of the more violent times that Hell was referring to.
I'm gonna need some time, and Olavi's gonna like hide under the covers.
So we've told you we've met at least how many gods, and this is what shocks you? At this
Yeah,
point?
we'll spend this like bit of time in the medical hall or whatever the fuck you want to call this,
Yeah.
because there was no real form of hospitals. They were usually at the clergy in this time period.
I mean, it was
yeah,
just-
not thing, just semantics.
They have a lot of amenities at the guild hall and it has multiple stories, most of which you guys haven't explored because you're either not allowed or there's been no reason for you to go there.
Save it for the semantics dome. Yeah, no, I'm gonna look to him and we'll just kind of go over the more interesting encounters. And since Lilith does know about what we did with the actual dragon, right?
Yeah, you guys told Lilith.
Then I'll explain. I'll have her shoo everybody else out of the room, and I'll fully explain to him that we have ownership of a castle that is guarded by gargoyles during the night and guarded by a young red dragon during the day, in which we were allowed to keep the keep of that castle. And we've grown into a partnership with them, as well as like the partnership with the wolf, the whole thing with the wolf cults, all that jazz, as well as the things in business with the gods.
So as far as the most interesting group you can land up with, we're probably it.
I'm sure you've never been summoned to meet a goddess before, so count yourself lucky. Or not.
By Lord, I'll
You're
never
next.
get in another group again as long as I live.
So, about this meeting.
Don't worry about the lifespan part.
No one in our party has died, so
I do have Revivify now.
That's good.
That's not true. Bullfrog unfortunately
yeah.
passed.
I don't remember.
That's his own fault.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I must have forgotten about him.
Frog, he was impregnated by spiders. They burst out of his belly.
That's along with the dreader.
That was my
Or-
original accountant.
Slay me, Mushroom Daddy.
The spider who's been there the whole time is like, oh yes, mother.
Yes. Mother.
Mother took care of the bullfrog.
Maybe we could use that as a bargaining token at some point, putting that in my notebook.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you
Lilith
were
just sort of
spider.
like walks up to you guys. And you guys were having your own aside, and she's like, "So, care to fill me in on what happened? You know, us being good friends and all."
Well, we got.
I figured she would know since we just went over like the whole dealio.
I didn't know how quiet or inclusive you were.
Oh, I said I could do everybody out of the room, so I could just speak normally.
so. Okay, yeah. So, I can't wrap my mind around it. The goddess Hell invited you down there and said you need to find the root of a mountain.
Indeed.
Very peculiar item.
Would I have like knowledge of the general lore of what Ragnarok is as well as this? Because I do know what you're talking about in real life, but I don't know if my character in game would know about that.
So you wouldn't know the origins of exactly what I'm speaking about. You know the general,
History of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
but even like the gods themselves, like outside Odin and a few other particularly wise ones, don't know the details of Ragnarok themselves.
Fair enough.
Well, perhaps we should make efforts to clean this room up because the guild pays a lot of money for this medical equipment.
Yes.
I'm gonna go
sorry
around
about
cast
this.
mending on all the broken shit.
I love your technique too. The
I'm gonna use my
beautiful.
Outstanding.
animate objects abilities to get the liquids up into their own bottles again, separate them out.
And it is quite the sight as they stand up, take on semi-humanoid forms, and then swan dive into their respective bottles that have just now been restored.
Interesting.
Outstanding.
Just gonna use all my third level spell slots for that.
Well, you're going to see this man Regan, huh?
I suppose so.
I needed to talk to him anyway.
Lots of strange tales coming from that way.
Like what?
Well, Just rumors floating around about it being unseasonably cold, blocked by ice and snow.
Yeah.
And then we've sent a few lower level adventurers to check it out, and they didn't return.
Well,
And then Titan Storm very recently went that direction to go check on them. But
yes,
that
maybe
was just this morning, actually.
no.
I'm just gonna hope for their death. Just
Yeah.
kidding. That's in poor form of me.
I
I will
care
at
about
least-
them.
I will subsequent that by saying I hope for their failure in this mission, not their death.
You not like Titan?
No, you haven't met them yet, but they keep trying to steal our deeds for
Mhm.
themselves.
They've got demoted over it,
Well, I mean, they tried to do it that one time.
and we hate.
They've also tried to fight with us, have fought with us, have lost multiple times.
It
You
could
know,
be them.
the 9.
Yeah.
Oh well, that sounds like quite the person to try to steal glory from people who've literally met gods. Like, what on earth is he thinking?
Well, they're not entirely the brightest group, from what I understand. Though their cleric would definitely like to defect. I have a sense of that.
Strange. Although you're clearly the superior party, both by your achievements and by what I know of you personally.
So do clerics like know each other's intentions, or is that just a feeling?
No, it's the googly eyes she gives the group every time we come around.
Oh, maybe we can try talking to her.
Maybe. Or maybe
No.
not.
I mean, it'll increase Titan Storm's chance of
Failure.
disappearing. Failure too.
Well, if you're going to go that way, I suggest you go to the store and stock up on some cold weather gear and perhaps something to help you traverse the snow. It shouldn't be. It's not the season for such things to be sold just yet, but I'm sure they could pull something out of the back.
I could also just take those raw materials and make cold weather clothes myself for you guys.
I think I already have cold weather clothes.
Oh, well, that makes things a lot easier and cheaper.
I do. I bought them. Because wasn't it getting cold around this time? And
It's been starting to get chilly out. It's like fall in this world.
yeah,
Will Kjorgar need it being from a subarctic continent?
You might not need the additional clothing, but what you might benefit from is like if you don't already have it, maybe a climbing kit or like snowshoes.
Didn't I give somebody a climbing kit last game?
You might have, but I didn't
believe
keep
I
track
did.
of it.
Gunnar, I think.
Nah, of course.
Yeah,
You didn't give it to
Gunnar,
me.
the guy with
His
all the
metal
cool
pick.
special abilities. It's not here now to use them.
Yes, I made something custom for a character in which the character is not here.
It's
Classic.
good feeling. All right, looks like we're at the top of the hour. It's time for our 10-minute break. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We'll be back in 10. Any closing remarks?
Yeah. Hey, for our new followers and new viewers, thanks for coming out in and checking out the game. We hope you enjoy, and after this 10-minute break, we hope to see you again.
All right, see you in 10. everybody, and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. A lot happened in the last hour. Our party literally went to hell. There, greeted by Hell herself and her illustrious guests, Baldur, the god of the god of light, and his wife, who were lamenting their current situation. She gave them a sacred task and then returned them to this world, where they woke up in the med bay, greeted by Lilith, who had watched them over in their sleep, and a giant wolf whom Malavi was not familiar with. She then animated a bed and took it for a rodeo, along with Kjorgar, around the room, smashing a lot of very expensive medical equipment, which they then repaired and cleaned up in the most amusing way. And here we are. I believe that was it. We were standing in the medical... Yes, we were.
Indeed.
What would you guys like to do?
Well, look around.
This
Well-
is still a lot.
You're gonna have to pick
like
up fast here.
3 weeks to
Yeah.
process all this.
You're gonna have to condense that down to about 3 hours.
Yeah, we deal with the gods a lot, and
Yeah, none of us asked for this, but that's what we have happened. So,
Barely know the
welcome
guy.
to the party officially now. You've been baptized by fire, and hopefully fire will not be your end. I look to everybody else. East.
As the flesh golem once said, fire bad. This is Orion speaking. He's been silent the entire time.
That's a flesh golem once said. The fucking orcs.
Lilith points out the fact that it's actually kind of late. Would you guys like to perhaps
Rest and
rest
depart in the morning.
and get the supplies you need before you go?
Before we leave, I would like to ask if Lilith could perhaps facilitate guild transportation, knowing what our quest and its importance is.
Let me go speak to the management.
Yes.
At the very least, I should be able to get you quick transport to the base of the mountains. Just the opening of the valley, and from there you'll be on foot.
This much would be appreciated, and as you can tell, we're taking a lot of unregistered quests, though you've been well informed of them, so I'll leave that to your own decision making.
I'm well aware of the situation. Just keep me appraised of how everything goes.
Indeed.
And don't die.
By the way, that headless horseman's still out there. We tried.
That might explain some of the odd reports we've
Or
been
they
getting
tried.
from Sleepy
we
Hollow.
killed the vampire person though. So there's that.
Oh yeah, there was a vampire fledgling down there.
Really?
Indeed.
Not an issue anymore.
We blew up the tomb, but
Mhm.
the horseman teleports through portals.
Ah, well, maybe that's something to do with all those kobold vampires we sent the Black Knight to deal with.
Maybe, maybe not. Sorry about the things I put into canon, such as teleporting headless horsemen.
Very scary.
You're welcome.
I wonder how he escaped hell.
Oh,
Headless horseman.
maybe he didn't ever go there.
But he's headless. He can't live without a head.
I don't know.
Well, we talked to a wisp, and he didn't even have a body.
That is true.
Ah, yes, Barnabas.
The one that fit
His name was Gregory. Goddamn all of you.
Orion calls him Barnabas.
Barnabas is from fucking Descent to Avernus.
Miss
And
Barnabas.
quite a tale it was. Barnabas was a hell of a character. An NPC.
Fair enough. He did okay. Yeah, but with that being said, I'm gonna go to the local clergy because technically I sleep there for free, and I'm gonna stop paying for a bed at the inn because I'm not dumb.
That's fair, yeah. They make a space for you. They have guest beds prepared for holy men such as yourself.
Of course, I will always patronize the bar, but I will no longer patronize it for a room.
Fair enough.
I've never paid for a room a day in my life.
No, the compost pile is free. And what are the rest of you doing? Are you going straight to your
I'm-
compost?
I'm finally gonna take the time to go to the guild, go up to the counter and be like, "Hey, my name's Olavi. I was supposed to report here quite a few days ago, but through party shenanigans, that was a bit delayed. Anyways, I'm the craftsman that was sent over here to help with the crafting problems. I believe I was promised a workspace paid by the guild.
The person you find at the desk is actually a scrawny human male with like a bowl cut And
Oh wow, hands.
Friar John.
Professor Farnsworth glasses,
Oh, jeez.
and he's just like,
Good news, everyone.
he just glasses like, oh yes, Olavi, we've been expecting you. Just down at the corner of the market district, we have a shop prepared for you with everything you need. We have no one here to repair adventuring equipment, and having boots shipped in is expensive and time-consuming, and as you might imagine, everyone around here needs boots.
Yes, especially with the winter coming along.
Having someone of your skills here would be greatly beneficial to the local economy.
Of course, I must also ask if there is any form of low-skilled labor that would be looking to have an apprenticeship, as I will not be available for at all times. So I'm perfectly capable of accepting no less than 2 apprentices at a time.
Oh, you're looking for apprentices? I was
Yes, the town. Part of my plan to fixing the town's problems with gear is to incorporate training of various helpers.
Well, I only work here part-time, so I could perhaps fulfill that task. My name's Oliver.
Ooh. Are you sure? Your hands seem kind of overly dainty. Are you? Have you ever held a sewing needle?
No, I haven't, but I'm sure I could learn.
Oh boy. Sure. I've just got to take a few days to get everything set up and in order before I am in a position to accept.
You seem rather hesitant. Is everything okay?
No. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine.
If I spend the rest of my life sitting behind this desk, I swear I'll kill myself.
All right. Okay.
Perhaps that
Okay.
was a bit forward. I really need a good job. I need a skill.
Of course. Yes. You'll be first on my list of potential. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Oh, did you have any other business with the guild?
No, other than but perhaps I could have a spare bedroll for a bit.
We have no lodgings here for people lower level,
That's fine.
but there is the inn right across the way.
Of
And
course.
they have pretty reasonable prices.
Of course. Thank you so much.
Or, your shops is fully equipped. I don't know, I didn't personally supervise its stocking, but they may have lodgings prepared for you in there.
Don't worry, that's exactly where I was going to go.
Alright, well, have a good night then.
Of course.
Alright, what are the rest of you doing? Are you going straight to
Oliver.
your compost pile?
No, I would like to go out for a hunt with Selleck.
Alright, yeah. You go out for a hunt. You go through the gate and you find Meat Shield is on a ship and he greets you. And he sees your spider and he's like, oh! What is that?
What does it look like?
A spider?
Oh, your eyes are very good then. I just continue walking.
Do you need any help?
Nothing you could probably help with.
Very well then. I guess I'll just stay here and do adventure things.
Stupid humans.
Roll me survival to go out and hunt. And what are you doing while he's doing this?
Is the general goods store still open or is it closed?
You walk by and you see that the light's still on, although it's outside of their usual hours.
I'm gonna go ahead and give the door a try.
You give it a knock, and the door opens. You see the man who runs the store looking out at you. He's like, "Can I help you?"
I heard you had lower priced health potions.
We do have some reasonably priced potions. It's outside of normal hours, but I guess I can serve you. Thanks. Come in quickly. What will you be needing?
Just health potions, I suppose, for now.
Well, I have minor, greater, and superior healing variety. Those go for 10 gold, 20 gold, and 40 gold, respectively. Now, if you throw in an extra 15 gold, I can make you a pouch. That'll allow you to use them as, let's say, a bonus action during combat instead of a full action.
Let's say, how much better will I feel after each of these?
Well, if I were to put a numerical value to it, the minor healing potion would make you feel 2d4 plus 2 better. And the greater healing potion would make you feel 4d4 plus 4 better. And the other one, which you'll have to put in your backpack, I'm afraid it's a little too large for the pouch, is 8d4 plus 8.
Let's see. How much was the greater?
That would be 40 gold pieces. I'm afraid that's one per customer. People tend to get sick if they drink more than one in a row. And we've had some strange people buying
Well,
them on
the
potions.
okay, so the middle one then.
The middle one?
Yeah, oh, that's what I meant.
That would be 20 gold pieces.
And that's the numerical value of 44.
Yes. And those will fit in the pouch should you purchase it. You may have up to
The
3 in
potions
the
of
pouch.
healing have Sudafed in them.
And those were 20 gold.
Yes, they were.
I'll take.
It's not equal.
Also, I'll take 2 and the pouch as well.
All right. So that'll be 40 gold pieces plus the 15. So let's make it 55.
Very well.
Sure, strange, like RV somewhere.
Well, thank you for your custom. I'm actually quite weary, so if that's all, I'll
That
be
is
going to bed.
that is it.
All
I'm gonna head back to the tavern.
All right. As soon as you step out into the street, you hear the door lock behind you. Click. The sound it makes.
Oh no! Good thing you didn't forget your wallet.
As
Didn't
you
you?
step out, you see right across the way, there's a new shoe store that's opened up, and you see Olavi walking towards it. Olavi, as you walk up towards your new place of business, you notice that they set you up with a pretty nice establishment. It's not as big as some of the other buildings and shops, mind you, but it's got a good stone foundation. It's got nice sturdy oaken beams, nice front window that they've already put your name on and everything. And there's even a little shoe statue like dangling from the top that flows slightly in the breeze.
Much better than I expected. Oh, is that Carillion over there? Carillion!
It is. There's no
What?
other shelf with tits that big in this land. I mean, in this town, that's maybe in the land.
Probably in the land.
Probably
Is that everyone's favorite show?
It is.
Am I everyone's favorite? What do you think of me?
You're the only shelf, so by default, you're the favorite.
Okay, that's
Oh,
fine.
it's your
Favorite
you're the
so
one
far.
now.
Yes. Still a better option appears.
I would say we have not
Okay.
gone to the Valley of the Mills yet.
That'll be a strange and interesting time.
Carillion,
Yes,
over here.
I wanna go over there.
I'm gonna go over there.
I wanna go over there.
Yeah, you walk up to the front of the shoe store and converse.
I'm surprised you'd be out so late.
Oh, I need to get health potions.
Oh, well, since you're here, you mind helping me out with the shop? I've got to do some minor cleaning and inspection.
I suppose I don't really clean much of anything, but I'll try to help.
Are you guys going straight to it then?
Yeah,
Straight to the shop?
just unlocking the door and looking in.
All right, you guys check in and you see that it's fully stocked with everything you need to make shoes. I'm not sure exactly what that is, so I'm not going to go through the pains to describe it. But the store itself is very clean and organized. They have it set up so that you can begin right away,
Oh,
and it
wonderful.
does have a room in the back prepared for you with a pretty decent quality cot and some meager furniture to start out with.
Oh, wonderful. Were you going to stay at the inn tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to stay here instead for free?
Well, I suppose since you're offering free.
I'm afraid you'll have to stay on the couch, though. The bed's actually halfling-sized.
Yeah,
There
that
is a
makes sense.
full-sized couch for guests. It's not of the greatest quality, but it's better than sleeping on the floor or sleeping outside
Or
in a
compost.
compost pile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry about my compost pile. It's pretty comfortable.
It probably actually is. It's just the smell. For most people who are unaccustomed to it, it's unpleasant.
That'll be it for the evening, though.
All right, yeah.
A little too tired to get stuff started this morning, and we'll be out too soon for us to do
What are
anything.
you doing, Osborne?
I'm hunting.
Ah, that's right. And what did you roll for your survival?
7.
You go out and you try your best to survive. You go to the surrounding woods, and you actually do find some deer tracks, which you start to follow. But it hasn't rained in a few days, so they're not very visible, and you sort of lose them.
Okay.
The trail's still there, but you can't tell if there's any deer in the immediate vicinity, and you don't see any.
Okay, I would like to set up a trap.
Yeah, you do that. Tell me what you're doing.
So I'm gonna set up this giant trap with it's a huge, made out of wood, just a huge circular trap with a gate up front, and then I'll put good berries in the middle of it, and then so if something comes in through the gate and makes it to the berries, it'll
Close
hit
the
a
gate.
yeah, it'll hit a wire and close the gate.
Okay, it'll take you most of the night to construct it, but you can make what you described.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Gotcha. You work through the night, and the only thing that really disturbs you is you can hear owls off in the distance, but no one really comes and bothers you.
It doesn't disturb me at all.
Yeah, you'd be quite accustomed to such things, living in the twilight forest like you did.
Yeah, and I'll just talk to the wolves. Not a big deal.
Yeah. It is handy having a druid on the team. It makes all wildlife encounters a lot easier. Well, anyways, just as the sun begins to rise, you finish your work, and you're quite proud of yourself. It looks sturdy.
And then I'll go back to my compost pile and sleep in.
Gotcha. All right. No one bothers you on your way through town. You make it to your compost pile. It is undisturbed. There's a little bit of fresh compost that was laid out for you. I think they've come to expect you by this point. Probably startled them a few times as they walk around the building and just saw your huge figure there in the thing and threw their trash elsewhere. But yeah, you're sound asleep. The rest of you wake up at a normal time. What are each of you doing?
Just getting up, prepping my gear, and getting ready to go. Like donning full armor, going into the bar, having a meal, then getting ready to head out.
Gotcha. Keurig greets you when you walk in, and he's like, "Looks like you're geared up for a journey, lad. Where you going?"
Places. East.
Boy, a little vague, but none of my business. I'm just really rather bored. Some conversation wouldn't hurt.
Fair enough. Well, it is a fine enough day out. Let's try a nice spot of fishing.
Yeah, fishing might be better. If my daughter didn't run off to be an adventurer, it'd be a little bit easier to run the shop.
Yeah, I haven't seen her around in a while. Strange.
Me either. Starting to get a little bit nervous about that, but she's strong enough. She's got good genes. I'm sure she'll be fine.
A good pair of jeans is nice.
That they are. As long as we're not talking about my daughter wearing the jeans.
Should I skip their apple bottom?
Does she happen to take boots of fur with her? It is getting rather cold out.
She does have boots with fur. Odd that you should mention it.
Bottom jeans.
Yeah. Degenerates. Anyways, yeah. I'm sure you guys eventually make your way over there to grab some breakfast. You find him enjoying his meal quietly over in the corner.
Olavi would actually like to spend a portion of the morning making cold weather clothes with what materials are available in the shop.
Absolutely.
A little unorthodox to use the materials for such, but certainly
Classic
safe.
broad waste and abuse.
Yeah. This is her store now. She can decide what's to be made.
Fair enough. All right. Yeah, it takes you into the afternoon, but you make what you're trying to make. What would that be, by the way?
That would be a cold weather set for you've got one, you don't really need one.
Orion could use the gear.
Okay.
Alright, fuck off.
Yeah, I guess Orion can't do that. Orion's well enough equipped.
And then that just leaves the druid, who is covered in fur.
Yeah, I don't know if I can survive cold weather though.
He does need gear.
Okay. So Olavi will make 2 sets of cold weather clothes. One for herself, and one extra large set for the stinky one.
And I remember you made your custom cold weather clothes, so you should be pretty good.
Plus, Carillian's secret is fur, technically.
Yeah.
Only
Only covering
covers
a very, very small percentage of her body. But
very
it does
specific
what it's
part.
intended to.
Yeah. Well, I want to walk up to, I don't remember his first name, but Iron Fist or whatever.
Keurig, yeah.
Yeah, that dude.
The coffee maker.
Oh, chef, welcome.
So, about your arm.
Yeah, what about it?
When you went to Regan, was there anything special you needed to say or do or give him? Or...
Not really. He didn't even make me pay for it. We just had a good conversation over a few ales, and he just happened to notice that I was missing my arm. I didn't have to say anything. He just fashioned me up real quick, had me stay there a few days while he finished his work, and gave it to me. Oh, gentleman, very polite, very knowledgeable.
Can you feel things with it, or is it just...
No, it's all cold. I don't really feel anything.
Same.
But it is quite strong. He goes ahead and he just he's already done that feat of strength with the anchor.
Yeah.
So he just sort of takes a wooden mug and just crushes it in his hand casually and then sets the splinters on the ground. It's like, I'll hire someone to clean that.
Well, good talking. I'm gonna put down whatever, was it 2 copper for the food?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm gonna go over and eat some breakfast.
All right. Yeah, it's over there waiting for you.
Yeah.
Steaming on a beautiful tray of buffet.
I'm gonna pile
The
my
buffet
plate.
tray.
Yeah. I'll pile my plate high with bacon, eggs, and all sorts of generic food.
Yeah, you guys are all now well fed and well rested. You've made the gear that you've sought to make. You've slept in to the afternoon, so you are also well rested.
Awesome.
Well, if it seems fine to all of you, seems like good a time as any to head out. Little later than I'd have preferred, but here we are.
Boy, perhaps we go talk to Lilith and see if she got us that transportation.
Perhaps.
When you guys go talk to Lilith, she greets you outside, and then, without any further ado, she knows exactly what you guys are up to, takes you around. She got you a single cart with 2 horses, enough to occupy each of you.
The halfling doesn't need a ride.
Why, them good berries work on the horses.
They do?
These are only going to take you to the valley mouth. That I'm afraid you're going to have to walk.
Fair enough.
Who said anything about walking?
I'm going to send the lad Oliver with you to drive the horses back. Don't worry, he's a relatively quiet lad. He shouldn't cause any
I'm
problems.
not worried about his level of speech. I'm more worried about his level of survivability.
Oh boy, Oliver.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be fine as long as you don't take him into the mouth of the valley with you.
There's something dangerous about the mouth of the valley.
No, but it is the
Mouth
wilderness and
usually
this
used
is
to
the
eat
frontier.
things.
Thanks for that clarification. Really needed that. Yeah.
He has a
Okay.
way with words, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah. States the obvious a lot.
Well, as I was saying, it's not particularly dangerous. Not any more dangerous than the wilderness of the frontier itself. But, that would make it reasonably dangerous at the best of times.
Yeah. Well, as long as he knows what he's doing, I suppose.
Well, he could drive a cart and he gets paid minimum wage, so
Well, okay
that's
then.
good enough for me. I'm also not the
suppose.
manager here, so.
Well, then okay.
Well, I wish you all safe travels.
A bitter adieu, and then look to Oliver. It's time to be off, boy. And I have Carillion sit up next to him, shotgun.
He can't help but take in the full sight of your figure, and he's very indiscreet about it. And then he's like, "Oh, so sorry. Yes, let's be off."
Are you even trained for this, Oliver? Do you know how to ride a carriage?
Oh, yes, yes. Of course I know how to ride a carriage.
I would
I
like to-
drive one.
I would like to insight check that
Yeah, excited.
I'll have so
with bardic inspiration.
Yes. Hey, I inspire myself. Saying myself, we're self-riding.
he's if he can fit in a cart, he'll fit in a cart with us. I'll like hold him.
All right.
Yeah,
So
I'll
that
follow
was
with him.
He's
completely
got
utter
his legs
garbage.
like all curled up in
But
the middle like he's dead, but he's not dead. He's just sort of chilling.
I'll rub his back.
He appreciates this. He feels very fuzzy to the touch.
and then my boosted bardic inspiration
Like a
for
peacock spider.
ability
Peacock
checks.
spider?
You've never seen
Yeah.
a peacock spider?
Oh,
They were really
Oh.
cute.
They're fuzzy.
I gotta look at it now.
Did we freeze? No. Just on the thingy it is.
Oh well, I rolled the same thing twice. That is going to be
They're really tiny.
10.
Yeah, we're online.
That's an insight check of 10.
You can tell that he's definitely driven a cart before. At
Okay.
least one time.
Good enough for me.
That's all I ask of him.
Oh, hello there.
And without further ado, you guys gallop through the town as he has absolutely no hesitation built into his tiny frame. You guys are now charging through Willowdale, making people jump out of the way.
Okay.
Angrily shake their fists.
Oliver!
You
Slow down.
you don't need to speed in the town here.
We're in a hurry, aren't we?
Yes.
You can wait till we leave the town to go faster.
No. Fuck them people.
You guys come charging up towards the gate, and Meat Shield, who's still on shift doing adventure things, like sort of like looks around and like walks out in the open just in time to jump out of the way and nearly get crushed by these horses that are charging through. And that's the last person you guys encounter as you guys head out of
I
town.
give him a curt nod as I look at him on the ground.
Wait, take me with you.
Okay, well,
Well, you guys are galloping away, so I assume
Yeah.
you're not taking him with you.
Yeah, afraid not.
Yeah, he goes back to doing adventure things at the gate after he cleans himself off.
he's adventuring with the Muffin Man, so I think he's
Yeah,
good
that
to go.
is true. Yeah. The Muffin Man is a legend in these parts. Yeah. Someone roll me safe travels.
I want to keep my crossbow out, or not my crossbow, my longbow out, just to be ready.
15.
So, you guys continue to gallop across the land into the night, and you guys make it to the opening of the valley. It normally would have taken a whole day. It took you guys half a day at the speed you were traveling. And the difference in the weather is noticeable. There's huge gray clouds that loom over the mountain pass, and you can see a haze in the distance, which you can only assume is snow. And it is cold. Cold is the heart of winter in here. The entire entrance to the pass is actually covered in snow. And it's a very abrupt change. It didn't gradually get colder, the weather didn't gradually change. It suddenly was, or it wasn't, almost like switching biomes in Minecraft.
Feels like home.
You are absolutely comfortable. The cold doesn't affect you in the least.
It never bothered him anyway.
Those of you that aren't accustomed to the cold, you sort of like tighten up your jackets and pull your furs a little bit closer, as it is nipply outside.
I'm going to change to my cold weather gear and offer our friend his sets. Here you go.
It's not metal, is it?
Oh, no, goodness, no. Although I did add some little pearls and sprays at the ends to make it just a little more fancy, as I'm sure you'd like it.
As long as it doesn't got metal.
Oh, no, goodness, no. I took that into account.
I feel like metal would make it colder if there was metal in it.
Never touch metal.
Well, metal tends to get cold in cold environments.
Of course you would touch metal, heathen. Put my cold weather gear on.
Heathen trash. Yeah, you guys are now much warmer. It's still frigid, noticeably frigid outside, but the bite is lessened a little bit. As soon as you guys step off the cart, you guys just sink deep into the snow.
How deep?
like
So fucking deep.
for those of you that are a reasonable height, like shin to knee deep. For you, it's like waist deep. Yeah, you got cold all the way up to your belly.
Would you like a ride?
I'm pretty good. Don't worry about it.
Are you sure? I feel like it'd be hard to move.
You
with your
you look over at
size.
Zellic, and he actually looks kind of like lethargic. However, a spider would show its effect to the cold. He is not digging this weather. He's just sort of like wrapped up and like, I ain't liking this. It's fucking cold, mate.
No, you won't be here long.
I left a pocket for that spider on your back.
Oh, it's not on my back anymore. It's big.
It's huge.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. It got big.
It's bigger than halfling size.
That's right.
You'd need a baby Bjorn for that bad boy.
Oliver's like, well, I guess I'll be off then.
Yes, you will.
Oh, Oliver. So something that you clearly haven't been trained on. Because you push the horses so hard, they'll need a rest about halfway back, or else you're gonna kill them.
Oh, I don't want to kill the horses. I'll let them rest as soon as I'm away from this godforsaken cold.
Yeah.
I'll say a prayer for Oliver as we depart into the.
Before
Other than
we
that,
go, Alice, so
gonna
do
need
you
it.
want to stay here? Or do you want to go back to Lilith? Lilith will take care of you.
Self's like, is it warm with earth?
It's back from the town we came from, so I assume so. Yes.
Then yes, it would.
I'll put him back on the cart and let him go back with Oliver to
And he sort of like
Lilith.
curls up his legs, this time very obviously attempting to keep warm, and they depart. But just before they pull away, Oliver turns back and says, wait, I have a few things for you guys. And he throws out 3 sets of snowshoes.
Oh, good. You guys got snowshoes now.
Sure do.
One's going to the halfling for sure.
I don't need it.
All right. Well,
All right. I'm not complaining. Let's flip them on.
All right, yeah. You guys are now all snowshoed up and ready to go. Anything in particular you guys would like to do as you travel?
I'll have my.
It's also
Shield
dark
and
now.
hammer.
You guys could rest if you would like.
I doubt there'd be anywhere
Would we have
to
been-
rest.
We would have been just kind of resting along the way. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
you
assume that.
guys could press on through the dark if that's what
Uh,
you want to do.
All right. Who's having trouble seeing?
Dancing
I got
lights.
this. Oh, they don't even need to cast dancing lights.
All right,
No,
this is
don't you
insane.
dare.
Oh, of course.
I can't see
I'll put
shit,
'em out.
mate.
I know. You're just
I can cast daylight.
What do you
I
see with
prefer
your
you
own
didn't.
eyes?
Why not?
more than you.
Prefer you didn't.
Clearly.
Yeah. Shouldn't have been human.
But we
You'll
can
draw things to us with that.
What?
What was he about to do?
cast daylight,
Cast daylight.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. We don't know what's around here.
and we can all see.
We don't know
Well,
what's
if
around
they
here.
like the light, it would certainly be afraid.
If
Don't
it's
you have
something
that
will
spell?
attack light or
Not a
attack
spell.
To give us
something they
light.
see in the light.
What's
It's
going to
not a
attack the
spell, but
light?
yes.
I don't know.
Oh yes, a prayer.
Do you know all the creatures in this world
Neither.
in
No.
other dimensions?
But, I can't imagine too many things in the wilderness that are going to
Just
attack a
cast
sunburst.
Oh, okay.
Well, they'll probably see some creatures and attack us because
Don't
we
you
do
have
those
creatures that you can turn into with night vision?
I do. Well, I was gonna waste it. Yeah, I was gonna waste it when I need to.
Yeah, I'll give Ozzy and him fucking dark vision, 300 feet of dark vision, and from there, I'm gonna look to Orion and I'm gonna hand him the rope.
What might it do with this?
Tie it around yourself.
Well, you could do 2 things with it. Well, 3 if you want to do that. But anyway, you just follow along the rope. If it goes black, then you know to stop.
Alright, yeah, I'll do that. But, I'm also going to light a torch.
I'd prefer that you didn't.
Yeah, but I really need to see.
I'd prefer that you didn't. Actually, you know what? My proficiency's 3. I can't give him dark vision now too.
Oh. Boy. Is this how you guys see?
This is how I see.
So it's like not being a human.
Boy, it's trippy. I think I've had some weird plants that made me look like this once, although I'm pretty sure it was my imagination.
Possibly. We trek on. No lights.
Oh yeah, you guys walk on through the forest, and yeah, the valley itself is actually really hard to traverse. very dense woods, and it's very steeply descending. Like there's a little stream that goes through, probably from some source at the other end. But your snowshoes allow you to pass without too much trouble, and then Osborne just being so fucking big, it just trudges through the snow without much issue. You guys get to about the center of the valley, and everybody roll me a constitution besides Kierkegaard.
I'll just stay here.
What was my
Back.
constitution?
Natural 20.
Oh, thank God, 21.
19.
As you guys hit this exact point in space, the air becomes frigid, far worse than it was before. And then it passes. You guys feel a chill deep in your bones, but that too passes after a short time. And you guys are relatively fine, just not very comfortable.
What was that?
May I do a check to know what that was?
Yeah, sure.
Let's see, I'm not sure what one would even consider it.
Roll insight.
Natural 2.
You determine that it's really cold outside.
Wow, sure it's cold out here.
It just seems to be just a little colder.
Well, at least you're not waist deep in the snow.
That's okay. If you were from where I'm from, you'd be impaled by most of the girls running around town.
That seems very specific.
Luckily, you're a little below their stature, so maybe you not so much. Orcish women and men. Sharp wits about us and sharper nipples.
The thing is,
I think you'd be safe being welcome on that wide of the aperture.
thing is, there's a similar saying down south where I'm from. Of course, it was only about the men.
That's upsetting.
All right, Dan.
I hope that doesn't work inversely. No, stay away from warm temperatures. And
I don't know about that. What I'm freezing my tits off over here. I feel like my chesticles are stuck to the inside of my arm.
Oh look, he's got orc girl boobs.
I know what you mean now.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Nonsense, you can't see that through my armor.
I'm gonna tap him on the chest with my ghost
Small
hand.
dents.
Your finger just like sort of sticks to the frost for a moment and you pull it away. You have gloves on, but
No, my ghost hand.
oh, your ghost hand?
Yeah.
I'd like to pray to Euler to help alleviate the winter symptoms of my fellow compatriots.
None
He
of
is
them
the god of
are.
winter.
You may do so, but none of them
For
are
the
currently
future.
Ooh, natural 10 or unnatural 10.
Ooh.
Yeah, you send up a prayer to old Daddy Euler, and he's like,
Daddy.
perhaps I may do something.
Senpai notice me.
The snow lightens up a little bit, and you guys feel as if it's 5 degrees warmer.
Oh.
Degrees.
Outstanding.
No, it's only negative 20.
With that, each of you roll me a perception check.
I'm probably terrible at those.
Is it related to scent?
21.
Yes, it can be.
Okay.
Nat 20.
21, nat 20.
I rolled a natural 15. I'm still looking up my stat. I have a +1 to
Did you,
stat, plus
did you roll
other
bad?
bonuses.
This is like the
Holy fuck!
You rolled another 2?
I rolled in a 3.
Unnatural 20 with the amount of perception I have.
Those of you that rolled above a 12, you see something shambling towards you in the darkness. It's hard to see exactly what it is because the snow obscures it for the most part, but it's just sort of like lurching side to side. It's not very big.
I'm gonna signal them, like, I would assume with me having, like, the natural, like, 300 feet of dark vision and cold weather climatization, I would probably be leading. I think that would be
Yeah,
fair.
probably. That makes sense.
I'm gonna just kind of motion for all of them to, like, hunker down a little into the snow.
I'm gonna get my longbow ready.
Gotcha. Your longbow is prepared. Any other actions you guys would like to take?
No, I'm just gonna pause.
Just waiting to see what it is. Maybe roll investigation as it gets closer.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation, Kjorgar.
Natural 13 plus.
As the shape gets closer, you start to realize that it's whatever it is, it's humanoid.
Doesn't mean it's friendly.
I'm not gonna say a sound. I'm just gonna sit there and wait.
It walks a few steps more, and then it collapses. Probably about 50 feet from where you're currently at.
I'm gonna look to them. Think it may just be a traveler, and I'm gonna head towards it.
I'm gonna come up with them just in case. With my longbow out, because
Gotcha.
we don't know.
You guys walk up, and what you see is the familiar face of the cleric from Titan Storm. She's absolutely frozen. Her breath is shallow, and her lips are turning blue. Her face is very, very clearly frostbitten. She just sort of like lays there still in the snow. She's not dead.
That's frostbite, boys. She doesn't have long. I'm gonna look around and see if there's any shelter within 300 feet.
You look around, and there's a reasonably like tight knit copse of trees that looks like it may have been a campsite at one point. It's spared from the majority of the snow.
Drag her along. I'm gonna set to work on this. I start building a fairly large igloo, large enough for us to all lay down inside of, with a smokestack out the top that we can burn a fire in.
Gotcha. With the present materials and your experience, you put one together relatively quick. And what you realize is, this being an old campsite, there was some stashed firewood nearby it's dry. So it lights really easily. You guys have a pretty good shelter set up. It's a good temperature inside, and she begins to warm to a point where she's no longer in immediate danger of dying.
I look to Ozzy. She need a hug. Long hug.
I will
Did you know?
hug her and
I
squeeze her to
once-
my chest.
I once heard that in extreme situations like this, it's best if you strip down and hug each other naked so you can
Don't worry,
share
he
body
doesn't
warmth.
need to strip down. He was already pretty much naked.
I mean, he's not lying.
Yeah, that's just how he walks around.
That's how I imagine it.
Yeah. She slowly regains consciousness, but it's gonna take maybe a few hours for her to come to. Are you guys gonna keep any sort of watch?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, your standard. I'll transfer 4 hours and take care of the rest.
Who's going first?
I'll take first for 2 hours, giving them each just an hour that they have to be up.
Go ahead and roll me perception while you're out there.
Wow, the chances of that are weird. 17. It landed where it got caught and was like sitting pretty much up like that.
Oh wow.
And before I go to bed, I will cast Conjure Animals. And I will cast a polar bear.
And sorry, that 17 with bonuses is 21.
Okay.
Yeah, and just have tell the polar bear to kind of like circle our camp and keep guard too.
Gotcha. The polar bear is just sort of like chilling out there with Kjorgar while he's on watch,
Yeah.
keeping him warm.
I have a bear trap armed, and I'm just holding it in my hand so I can reach out and snap somebody's face in it.
Oh
The
wow.
bear is made uneasy by this, but he knows
He's
you're
a
trying.
magical bear. He would know no reason for that.
He has feelings too. Anyways, you look out and you see a massive shape weaving between the trees. It's covered in white fur, and you see a glowing set of blue eyes peer out at you. It gets a little bit closer, and the shape of a giant wolf appears before you.
I'll just drop my hammer off to the side, like where I can pick it up, and I'll look to him.
It sort of like walks up to you, and it doesn't fear the polar bear in the least.
I'll jingle the fucking wolf medallion.
It just gets really close to your face, uncomfortably close, and it takes a few good sniffs of you. Then it nods, and then it goes back off into the forest, minding its own business.
I'll sit back, pick up my hammer, and just go back to my rest position then.
That's the only interesting thing that happens during your shift. Once you come back in, the cleric sort of wakes up. And she's startled briefly by her immediate surroundings, but calms down when she realizes who you guys are, having seen most of you before.
Would lesser healing fix her frostbite?
It might restore some of her health, but she'll need warmth to bring her back to...
Oh, that's okay. She's cuddling with a giant furball.
Yeah.
I was gonna say lesser would fix a status problem, like being frozen.
Yeah, then I suppose it would. Yeah. She's healthy. Healthy as a horse. No longer in immediate danger of death, just tired and cold.
You should probably leave here when you have the strength to.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
What happened to the rest?
Well, we went up to see what happened to those lower level adventurers. Yora took the lead as he usually does, and we hit this freak snowstorm when we entered the valley. And we traveled all the way to the end, and we found a big ice wall that was blocking our path. And we stopped there to ponder what we might do next.
Natural or unnatural? The ice wall.
It didn't look very natural. But we were there, and Yora was saying something foolish as she usually was. You know, making the scene, and, well, something large and shaggy appeared out of the darkness, and it struck him so hard that it embedded him into the wall, and then it went to attack us. Our mage, she shot some fire at it, which it took exception to, and it ripped her in half. I think I still have some of her viscera on my clothes. And then I don't know what happened after that. It saw the burning brush and stuff near us, and it sort of like ran back off into the darkness. I don't know what happened to our monk. I just sort of shambled back here, and I guess collapsed, and you found me.
Fair enough. Your party is foolhardy. I would recommend you no longer keep companionship with them, as your leader will get you killed.
Well, I'm not sure he's alive, so I may be looking for a new party. Either way.
We'll speak in town of this. We will wait till sunrise at your side for you to gain back warmth. From there, you travel on foot on your own. Luckily, this is not a far trek to the valley, or the mouth of the valley.
So, you intend to rest then? I don't know what happened to Kimiko.
We must. I also have a feeling about some of the other lower level adventurers. Would my character reasonably know what this creature is? Because I have a feeling of what it is, but...
You might not, unless you've made a study of bestiaries in addition to religion.
I'm just saying, since my whole tribe is hunters in the Arctic regions, they would be a feared creature, because I'm pretty sure I know what you're running.
Roll me insight. Or, insight.
That ain't gonna do. I had a natural 5, so...
You can think of a lot of big, shaggy creatures that could be.
Oh, could be another Aussie.
Could be a polar bear. But probably not this far north.
Could be a Yeti.
Maybe. Who knows if they live this far north?
They're not geographically locked. They migrate.
Like coconuts.
Pretty much. Was it an African dragon or a European dragon that carried them here?
Well, it's really a simple question of weight ratios.
Well, I suppose that the latent velocity of a European dragon versus the latent velocity of an African dragon.
How would they grip such a small coconut, though? Perhaps by the husk?
They have large talon-like paws. They could simply scoop such a hairy coconut creature up.
Maybe.
I could go get the gargantuan white dragon. Or any of... Actually, I have every single form of white dragon.
Oh,
That's very
Wormling
cool.
through gargantuan. Or ancient.
Well, nothing else interesting happens tonight. You guys wake up. Are you doing anything? Like any particular morning rituals, preparing spells, doing anything
I'm just
that you're working on?
prepping my standard combat loadout of spells since I had to prep fucking create water for him the previous day.
Olavi will be repairing any overly worn clothing at the moment, since that seems very important.
Okay, yeah. You repair what little there is to repair. Most of your gear is pretty new.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys have been fortunate so far in your journey, so none of it's too badly damaged.
Boy, Orion, since it's daytime, carry some of that flaming lumber with us as a torch. We may need it again.
But I have actual torches. You want me to carry those? instead?
Well, yes, either way, but maybe packing some of the dry lumber that's left over may not be a poor choice.
Oh, yes, I suppose I can make a bundle of it. And he goes about to work making a bundle of the firewood, lest we need it later on.
If there's any kindling, you can put it, because my character also has a rucksack, I'll put it in there since I got a big bag.
He has standard adventuring gear on him, so he has kindling and then, everything he needs to start a fire.
Fair enough. He must have the Tinder app.
I don't know. He's had such bad luck so far.
It's a spicy dating app that also allows you to start a fire when in need, as long as the wood's dry. Alright, someone roll me safe travels.
Welcome, Shatner.
Welcome to the party.
10.
Goddamn you.
You guys make it unmolested to the very ice wall we were previously speaking of. As you guys are going, you sort of notice that the cleric is following you from a distance, not wanting to walk all the way back to town by herself.
Oi, you. What did I tell you?
You didn't send me back alone.
Yes, I can. You're not geared for this weather or climate.
It's freezing, and my friends were torn in half.
Congratulations. If you seek to continue being freezing, then you'll continue with us. Otherwise, you should turn back and wait for us at town.
She gives you like a pouty look that a petulant child might give you, although she's a full-grown adult woman. She stomps off through the snow back in the direction of town, hopefully to not be murdered by some giant shaggy creature in the forest.
I give her a wink and a prayer.
She doesn't see the wink as she's angry and has her back turned, but
That's
hopefully
fine. I enjoy watching her go.
roll to give me the strength of your prayer.
Wow, nat 20.
That's a really strong prayer. She's protected by Euler all the way.
Good.
That was quite mean of you. Although I can understand why you
It's not
sent her
mean.
away.
She's clearly almost died once. Why would I bring her along for a second try?
She's clearly not advanced enough for this area. She doesn't have the right
Her
clothes.
party is not made of the best adventurers.
They were not very
And
smart.
they also keep trying to claim our deeds as their own, so their own experience gain is probably lower than ours.
Oh yes, that's right. You did tell me about that on the recap.
I did.
Hey guys, looks like we're back at our 10-minute break.
Woohoo!
Damn.
Any closing remarks at the top of the hour?
Yeah, Shatner, thanks for joining us, but we are coming up on our 10-minute break, so we'll see you in a few. Hang around.
We'll be right back at 10, Shatner. Be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Ales and Scales D&D. During the last hour, our brave adventurers traveled through the valley just to the east of our usual town, Willowdale, and they discovered the cleric from Titans-Storm, wandering, nigh frozen to death in the snow. She collapsed, but they came to her aid, and she's once again alive and well. She attempted to follow them deeper into the valley and was shooed away by Kuragar, probably for her own good. And he sent her away with a wink and a prayer for her safety, hopefully. And here we are, standing before the giant wall made of ice, blocking the remainder of the valley. The wind still swirls around you, and it's full of thick, beefy snowflakes. That's how I'm going to describe them. They're beefy snowflakes. They're thick with at least 2.5 Cs.
Nice.
And they're swirling about you, obscuring a lot of the visibility. What you do see is a man-shaped indent in the ice wall with no man in it.
To go like all the way
That was
through,
probably the
or-
fighter.
Just, boy, I'd say Sue.
I'd like to survival check to see if there's any prints left in the vicinity.
Yeah, go ahead and roll.
Yoink. Nat 20. Wow, that's doubles.
There are absolutely no prints, but you are incredibly skilled, and what you do notice is instead of prints, there's lower areas in the fresh snow which you could only assume were made by this beast. And you could see where it trudged through the deep snow and went off into the woods. You also see a mound of snow on the ground, roughly in the shape of a man.
Right. There's depressions in the snow. Not quite as deep as my own, but we should check them out.
Not that deep.
Not as deep as Orion's.
Orion does have some issues.
That's why he drinks all the
I'm
time.
gonna head over to the human-shaped mound of snow and go ahead and start sweeping it away and uncovering it.
You do so. And you find the corpse of Yora frozen in the snow.
That's a shame. Anybody need any of this stuff?
What? Funny you should ask, because I wrote down loot for him. Let me tell you what happened.
I'm glad you saw this play coming.
Yeah, I figured you guys wouldn't try too hard to save that gentleman,
So anyway,
even though it's
I started
within your
blast-
power.
God damn it! I don't actually have Revivify. Prepped right now.
Oh, rest in peace, Yura.
Like I could change it once per day, but I'm not doing it right now.
That's fair. Well, he has a great sword that has a magic luster about it, half plate armor, and 70 platinum, as well as a hero's journal.
I'm gonna take the great sword for Gunnar in the future. Can you just give me what it is so I can tell him in the future?
It's a +1 great sword.
Okay.
Then the platinum, 70 platinum
Yeah, we'll just split that up between ourselves.
for
It was
just
meant for closer to 7 players, but
Strange.
yeah.
how much does that equal out to for what are we doing for?
You guys
Four of
can
us
just
or-
write it down and divide it up later if you want.
I'm just using math right now.
Yeah.
And then there's also a journal. Would any of you like to read it?
I would like to read it.
That's what 17 and a half.
Osborne goes to take the journal. Is anyone going to prevent this?
No.
He's learning to read.
You
He's getting there.
roll me a wisdom check.
See if he can read it.
2 of us are gonna get 18, and 2 of us are gonna get 17. I'll take 18 because
22.
I'm poor.
I'll give
You
you
can
18.
understand some of the
you
words.
have
Actually,
Hooray.
you're now 4 points towards 5, meaning you have a rudimentary understanding of common, and you could read and write it fairly well. You do know that it's Yora's personal journal, and you do notice that there's some references to the party there, but that's about all you can understand so far.
17.
Awesome.
Or no, for you 18. Sorry.
I'll turn
Oh,
to
thank
Kierkegaard, be like, hey, look, our names are in this book.
I'll take the book from him and begin to read it myself.
The journal talks about a lot of things, actually, but a few of the things that stand out as he continues to mention how much he admires your party in particular, and he believes you to be great heroes. And beyond that, he expresses his desire to be as strong as Gunnar one day, and maybe someday as swift and accurate as Carillion with his sling.
It's a shame that day will never come, because also Revivify has to be within 1 minute of death.
Ah,
So I cannot bring him back.
he did.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
Oh, well.
I do like admirers.
Yeah. He does. He does say a few negative things about Jorgar in there, but he does allude to his strength as a leader, and he reluctantly acknowledges his abilities in there.
I place his weapon, or one of his spare weapons that most adventurers would have other than the great sword in his hand.
Yeah, Endbringer.
And I then say a prayer for his departure.
Yeah, roll me religion.
It was a 12.
Didn't really try that hard.
I tried as hard as I could.
He goes to the good.
I'm kneeling and my balls are in the snow right now.
Yeah, you feel good about the prayer. Hold on.
I caught you off guard, did I?
Hold on, that landed shield. Kjorgar, roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh shit.
Natural 17. Good, because I have no bonus.
You move aside just in time. Something flies through the air suddenly, and instead it slams straight into Osborne, who is standing next to you.
Rip.
It doesn't do any damage. You're holding in your hands the top half of their party wizard,
Oh shit.
who's completely frozen in a look of absolute horror, as you can imagine she felt as she was torn in half by whatever probably threw this at you. Roll for initiative.
Oh boy. Ooh, 10. I'm not gonna.
Oh, I almost had
I
it.
went from a 4 to a 5, using my own ability to give myself
That's a net one.
advantage.
Using that.
I can technically give anyone.
What'd you get, Carillion?
10. I might use this one.
Osborne?
I got 21.
Might use it. Yeah. Go ahead and use this one.
Olavi?
19.
5.
Alright, looks like Kjorgar's last, and I'll just put, let me roll for Orion. Oh,
Oh shit.
Orion's up here. Alright, Osborne. You hear something crashing through the trees. You see several of them topple over, and it's the biggest, angriest creature you've ever seen lumbers towards you. Its eyes are glowing in ominous color. The beast has massive limbs. It's absolutely covered in muscle. You can see the muscle bulging through its bulky, fuzzy exterior. It has huge teeth, and it lunges towards you. What are you doing?
Can I say something real quick? Hey, shout out to the chat. Since we're going into combat, I'm going to be on my D&D Beyond app, so we may not hear from you for a few minutes. But we're still here, and we love you.
still love you. Yes.
Glad we're on the same page. Anyway.
I will.
Summon 4 monkeys.
I'm actually.
He summons giant snow apes, like the Japanese ones that sit in hot springs.
Oh, yeah.
I'm actually going to summon a polar bear.
Alright.
Conjure animal polar bear. And then trying to figure out what I want to wild shape into.
How incredibly on the head of you.
Because I want to find something that I could actually fight in the snow. That would be.
You could also, well, polar bear is really high. CR.
That's CR2. So I could turn into it.
Oh, it's like a level 6. It should be.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're not actually that crazy.
I will wild shape into a saber-toothed tiger
Ooh.
Very nice.
as a bonus action. And how far away is this thing?
It's within running distance. You could reach it.
Well, I don't think I can do anything in my wild shape form because that's technically. I guess I could move up to it. I'll move up to it. and my polar bear will move up to it and multi-attack it. First with its bite.
Oh God, where's the notebook? I guess we'll do
The
this.
purple one? It's right there. Oh, it's under the table. Hold on.
Yeah.
Someone
No,
hand me that
This
notebook.
under the table. This is why we have a raised platform.
And a writing utensil, perhaps.
That sucks. There should be a spare under there. It's the crappy pencil, though.
That's
So,
fine. I'll deal with it.
I mean, I guess you can use.
We have
Ooh,
something
Banana
named
Cat.
Banana Cat.
Oh.
I actually have a Banana Cat stuffed animal in my back room.
Yeah.
Welcome to the party, Banana Cat.
Got
It's
for
a
Chelsea
pleasure to
several
have you
years
on
ago.
board.
Yeah.
All right, let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready.
So I rolled both his attacks were non-nat 20s,
Yeah, those are gonna hit.
and it deals 27 piercing damage.
Got it. All right. Describe it to me. Paint a picture with your words.
So me and my polar bear will stride into battle.
Banana Cat.
Unfortunately, I get too tired when I reach the thing, but my polar bear doesn't. And he just like reaches out and lunges and bites into its leg, and then scratches across its chest.
Oh, gotcha. He does make some deep gashes in it. Although they appear to be superficial due to its large size. This thing is massive. It is a huge monstrosity,
Whoa.
shall we say. And now it's Olavi's turn.
Is
Olavi,
there,
you see the scene that we just described.
is there any large broken branches or trees around?
Yes, there's a few charred remaining of some saplings that got hit by that fire attack you heard described earlier.
Anything bigger?
Yes, you'll have to run off into the trees, but you could find something.
Okay. In that sense, I will use animating performance to create a snowman out of the snow.
You do that. What would you like the snowman to look like?
I'm gonna have it look like a fake version of it, just in a large category. A fake version of the creature.
Oh, okay. So it looks like the giant monstrosity, just not quite as big.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And I'm gonna have it as my bonus action. I'm going to Bardic Inspiration our friend here, Carillion.
Through what method do you do your bardic inspiration? Do you play an instrument?
I'm gonna have that animated snowman dance. Just do a quick dance.
What sort of jet? What? Hold on. Sorry.
I'd like to
Shane.
strip off.
Everybody, 10 seconds for Shane.
Shane.
Describe this dance to me.
All right, so let's see. I'm gonna have it ballroom dance.
I'm gonna do my best to imagine that, but I assure you, it's not gonna be very good.
That's fine.
It's
Just
okay.
enough to get the spell off.
Very well.
And then I'm going,
It works.
with my turn over, I'm gonna have the animated snowman fly up and do its force empowered slam, which is going to be a 15 to hit.
15's gonna hit.
Oh, awesome. Which that's going to be, ooh, I never get to use this dice. I never get to use it.
What do you want?
A D10.
Oh.
That's going to be 9 force damage. And that'll be it for its turn.
All right. Now we're on to the giant creature. It yells out, causing the area around you to shake. The trees themselves shudder. And it locks its eyes onto Osborne. Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
All right.
I hate this dice roller, by the way. It always puts them in weird spots.
That will be a
Yeah, I only ever roll
16.
one at a time in that.
You fail. It locks its chilly gaze onto you, and you feel yourself beginning to freeze, and you feel pain shoot through your entire body. If I were to put a numerical value on the pain, it would be about 21. And you're paralyzed. It also takes 2 mighty swings at the polar bear. What's its armor class?
I don't know. Watch you swing and I'll tell you if you hit or not.
Reversal.
It's going to be 21 and 13.
They both hit. I mean, it's a beast. You should kind of know its armor class.
Yeah, it's going to be a combined 28 damage for the polar bear.
Okay, it's still up.
Very well. That's going to be the Yeti's turn. And then it's going to pick up the bottom half of the mage and it's just going to sort of chuck it at Kjorgar. It's not going to do anything. But you do see a pair of legs swirl through the air in your general direction.
I'm looking at the legs as they come towards me for gear attached to them.
She does have a nice pair of boots, and she was quite shapely while she was alive.
Shame.
Terrible waist. And we're on to Orion.
Terrible waste, but a good waste.
Yeah, it was a good waist.
A waste of a waste, if you will.
Now, if you'll give me a moment, he's going to take 2 shots with his crossbow.
Classic.
And he's going to roll that one and drop his crossbow in the recoil.
I thought you were the best shooter here.
I am! Malfunction!
You suck!
He dives into the snow to retrieve his weapon. And we're on to Carillion.
Okay, how far is it away from me?
It's about 40 feet from you.
Oh, okay. Good enough.
And it's also surrounded by the paralyzed, whatever, saber-toothed tiger and the polar bear. Kjorgar, where are you in relation to it?
I don't know. Since I was in the lead, I would assume everybody was kind of behind me, and I'm kind of by myself. A little ahead.
They all ran up to it, so we'll say you're probably...
Well, it didn't run up to me, though. It ran up to him, right?
Yeah, so he ran up to it, so you're like 40... You're by Carillion. Let's say you're by Carillion, because she's a good distance away from you, up in the center still.
Okay.
And Olavi is still
Got an
there, I
inspiration.
believe.
Okay, that's for the attack rolls.
Yeah. Or you
Okay.
can use save it for a saving throw.
I might do that actually. I'll
Okay,
save it for
cool.
the saving throw. Bonus action steady aim with sharpshooter, of course, using the magic longbow. Let me go ahead and advantage that.
Ooh, I got that. That's a fucking... Wow.
One more time.
I have Word of Radiance
22
as a fucking
for
Cantrip?
attack.
free cantrip
Yeah.
from my class
Okay.
now.
Nice.
Stand by for damage. Okay. 22 damage plus some sneak attack. 13 more. 35 damage.
Shit. That's a lot of damage.
Nice. And that was without.
We saw this boat in half.
That was with me.
Oh, okay.
You hit it, and what appears to be a vital area, not enough to kill it, but you deal a doleful wound to it. It shrieks out in pain and anger, and it sets its gaze upon you.
Focus on that spot.
And it's Kjorgar's turn.
Alright, as my main action... I'm kind of still thinking on what I want to use here. Let's see. I don't have any fucking fire spells. That's not the type of cleric I am.
We'd all agree that real cats are better than plush cats anyways.
They are. I do have real cat plus fake banana cat up there. So perfect that I happen to have that. I'm sorry. I've got a lot of options here, and I don't know which I want to use because I'm between healing his dumbass.
Who, me?
Yeah.
You don't have to.
Oh, so he's an animal right now.
Oh, are you? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck about you. I'm gonna run up, and I'm also casting spiritual weapon at the same time, and I rolled a 16 plus 7 with my standard hammer, and I miss with spiritual weapon.
Alright, yeah. The 16's gonna hit.
Well, then I know mine's gonna hit.
I deal 10 damage with that.
How are you hitting it?
The weak spot that Carillion previously had hit.
Gotcha. She hit it in the knee.
Good. I'm gonna drive the arrow through its knee and just follow through.
Yeah, you hit it, and it goes in as deep as it will go, but this thing is huge. It hurts, but that ain't going all the way through no matter how hard you hit it.
I do have a miniature for this creature. For future reference.
Well, I mean, you can go grab it if you want really quick while we're going through the order.
Okay.
We'll put it for
Come
everybody.
on, kitty kitties.
And we're back up to the top of the round with Osborne, who's paralyzed. Do you need to direct your animals, or do they act on their own?
I mean, if I don't direct them, they will just do what they like. Basically, would defend themselves.
But summon creatures is concentration, isn't it?
Yeah.
I would argue that you can't concentrate while you're paralyzed.
Okay, so the polar bear disappears and I do nothing. That's turn.
Well, you could go ahead and roll your Constitution.
Nat 20 plus 2, 22.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Yeah. You wake up. You're still in saber-tooth tiger form. You look around. You see this thing looming over you. You see
Yo,
Jorgar
dumpy.
drive this spike into its knee, and you see that your polar bear is gone, and that's your turn.
Okay.
All right, Alavi.
First off, inspiration to Ozzy since he clearly needs the help.
That goes further back.
Sorry, not Ozzy. Orion.
Oh yes.
Orion, because he clearly needs the help.
With your inspiration,
This
he's
is your
able to find
turn.
his weapon in the snow.
He will have a D8 with various bonuses, depending on what he uses it on.
The cat's stolen my seat.
All right. Noted.
Alright, next I'm going to... Goodness, I didn't actually think about my main action. Hold on. I am going to cast Bane. It needs to make a Constitution saving throw. Charisma of 13.
It's not a very charismatic beast.
No. Shocking.
Good pass though with a nat 20.
Yikes! Alright.
It says no thanks.
Alright, that's Olavi. I'm going to have my dancing snowman wrap around to its back and attack him there.
The
I just
table is
picture it
snowman.
like becoming a column of snow and just slinking around in the back and reforming as a
Yes.
snow yeti.
Alright, that is a natural 19 to hit.
That's gonna hit.
And that damage is going to be... I could use the 1d10. Oh, that's my favorite dice. Oh, alright, that's going to be 8 damage.
It's starting to look rather bloodied as you guys are giving it an
Oh.
absolute pounding.
Also, I'm going to enforce the... I'm going to decrease the Yeti's speed by 10 feet. Because my animated object is within 10 feet.
Delightful.
Okay, yeah. It won't run away, it'll just attack.
Yeah, that's what I figured, but I thought I'd say that.
It's gonna go ahead and it's going to inhale a mighty breath and exhale frost and ice on each of you, spitting in an arc. It's going to miss your thing, which is immediately behind it. Each of you make me a Constitution saving.
Even with how far I am.
You're outside of range. All of you who are closer are in range. Except he doesn't hit you because you're laying down. It sort of goes over you.
Okay.
What you get?
Natural 2.
Ooh.
Hot Garbo.
I have rolled 4 natural 2s this game.
You've got to stop using that one.
It's on both, though.
Let's get an arrow. in
Yeah,
this,
I failed. I got an 8.
Well, those of you that
Good.
failed,
Yeah,
you're going to
it's neat.
take...
Perfect. I think I'm gonna
You feel your
take
limbs
away wild shape.
stiffen as the cold flows over you. Your whole body screams out in pain as you take 45 cold damage.
I'm not immune to cold.
And that's all it's going to do.
Could we get a pause for one moment?
Sure.
I have 48. I have 24 HP, doubled. That's 48. I'm at full. I'm still alive.
apparently.
You're like, oh! Your jugs are frozen to your chest, and you're just standing there nearly frozen
I'm
to death.
unconscious.
You're unconscious? Oh.
I have 24 HP. I didn't do double.
Oh, shit. Well, you're frozen in place.
Oh,
standing
also,
tall.
my snowman goes haywire.
Oh, yeah. It does that.
It is now under DM control.
Oh shit.
Alright, well, on your turn, it's going to attack wildly, and you can tell me what it does.
It should reasonably attack enemies, but
It will. It's going to do
Yeah.
so, and it's rage. And we are on to Orion, who now has his weapon once again.
Don't miss. Again.
He's going to hit once for 21 damage. He hits the abominable Yeti. Oh, well, I guess everyone guessed what it was already, but he hits the giant monstrosity through one of its gaping eye sockets.
Wow, an abominable Yeti, man.
And the bolt flies through the back of its head. And it stumbles, and then it yells out in rage, prepared to attack somebody. And it goes on to Corellia.
Okay.
oh, did you use that D8 yet?
Not yet.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep that. I feel like I might need it. Okay. I guess I'll use steady aim again. Risky, but I'll try it. So sharpshooter. Need to
If
kill
you
this
use
thing.
your Carillion secret, it's risque.
Nat 20. So I'm gonna go ahead and do it this way because the way we do it D&D Beyond doesn't do it right. Okay, 7 plus 7 plus that's 23. Am I doubling the damage before sneak attack or
Go out of wild shape.
like the total
Heat
damage?
metal on the air.
Oh, we were doing it double damage dice when I was running it.
Oh,
just
just
prepare
2
heat
damage
metal.
dice then. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do it that way then. Okay.
Yeah.
And it can't drop it, so then it has disadvantage on attack.
Okay.
It's
I mean, it's still 23 damage for that,
Is
and
it the only thing
then
that's metal?
It's
23
Go through.
plus 23
That's a
plus
shame.
what was that? 8? Yeah, 8.
Damn fucked up.
23 plus 8, so it's 31.
Hold on. I lost my pencil.
It's right there.
You take aim with your sharp elf eyes. You draw your bow back to its absolute limit. You send your bolt of energy flying towards this creature, and you blast it through its other good eye. It bellows out in rage, and it reaches down and it grabs Kjorgar in its mighty fist, and it lifts him up, and it falls dead backwards before it has a chance to strike out at him. The beast is slain.
So we're about to
I'm gonna
something
immediately
else.
walk back, get rid of my spiritual weapon so I can
Because
concentrate
you
on
said
it.
the arrow
But
got
it's
stuck
not
in
a
his knee. I was
concentration.
about to disengage wild action to be like heat metal on the arrow.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, because it puts him at disadvantage on everything. Oh man.
Because it can't drop it. So it makes Constitution save, bro. If they're saving throw, if they can't drop the object, it has disadvantage.
That would have been really cool, actually.
I'm
Beast rises up from the snow.
I'm gonna run back to him and give him a greater healing potion.
Oh, I'm not even sure I have enough HP to have that.
You do.
Anyways, my snowman is still haywire.
It is thrashing through the forest. It picks up one of the giant trees and it begins lumbering towards the party.
You regain 13 health.
Oh, nice.
Oi,
And
stop
roll
the
a
beast!
dexterity.
Good thing I got +8. Hopefully it'll help me here.
Almost as bad as having a wild magic sorcerer right now.
17.
Make
I'm
an
going to-
make an attack roll with your thing before you snap it away.
Of course. Alright, that is going to be 12.
You see the tree coming straight at you like a missile, and it is a pine tree. You just happen to jump up and somehow run upon the bare portion of the tree in between the branches and do a flip off the end of this and land exactly where you were standing. You're like,
I was gonna do like
Would you say it's coming at him like a thistle?
very nicely done.
Thank you. I tried.
Yes, but with that, you snap it away and it collapses back into a harmless pile of snow.
Ooh. Thank goodness I leveled up. Ooh, that would have killed me last level.
Boy, how you doing over there, Osborne?
I have such
I
low
know you're a
health, though.
saber-tooth tiger.
I
Yep.
Sure, I will
look
like
into it after the game.
roar and saber-tooth
But I'm
tiger.
also
Since I can't talk because I'm a
I
saber-tooth
feel like
tiger,
it's
that was a
still
stupid
more
thing to
than
try to
24.
talk to a saber-tooth tiger. But it's
I don't-
Orion. He's a stupid human.
I don't know what that means. I'm gonna assume it means you're okay. Well, we did it. We killed the thing.
You heard what I said for health, right?
What was that?
You heard what I said for your health.
Yes, 13.
You think we should bury that mage lady? I think
I
half of
suppose
her's
so.
over there.
I cast mending on the two halves. I place her secondary weapon in her hand, and then I say a prayer for her as I loot her body.
She's once again in one piece, although you can't unsee the absolute look of dread and horror on her face, which is now was previously frozen into her features.
I warm her lips and put it into a smile.
They freeze in place, so she looks happy.
Outstanding.
Although her eyes are still open wide. So it's a very odd expression.
oh, what you got?
She has a magic staff
Shocking.
that does something that you'll find out later when you get it identified.
I can actually look at it now. I will cast Identify on...
Is it a wooden staff?
I will cast Identify on the staff.
Yes. It's a +1 spell focus for mages. Well, for wizards.
Never mind, I can't use it.
That's what I figured. Gosh darn it, Wizards getting all the good spellcasting focuses.
Probably
She
quite
was
the close.
She was a wizard or sorcerer, one of the two.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, it's a...
Past tense.
It seems to be quite well made.
By the
Magical
words,
spells
money.
focus.
She's asleep over there. I'm not getting that chair back tonight.
Nothing special though.
The mage's asleep too. Final sleep.
The big sleep. Anything else? You did say she had a nice pair of boots.
She does have a really nice pair of boots.
Yeah, but your feet are probably
they're
too
not
big.
your size, but you would look fabulous in them.
I could always mend those boots, let out some of the material, maybe heal some in.
You do have a
You can
shoemaker
grab
in your party.
Let it be done. What do
Alright.
these boots do?
As soon as she gets back to her shop, unless you magic some stuff, you're gonna magic some stuff.
I can absolutely magic some equipment to work on it, but it is a little too cold out here, and I nearly froze to death.
Yeah, I'm talking just so I don't forget later. What the hell are they?
Oh, they're literally just nice boots.
Oh, I'll do without. I have fine clothes.
Expensive.
I give them to him to sell at his shop.
Yeah.
Are we burying?
I would also like to go up to the gigantic ice wall and cast Identify on it
I
as
give her
well.
like 2 little
Oh,
kicks
is
of
it
snow
ice
like
wall?
a cat.
Yes, the
It's
ice wall that
very
looked
up
unnatural.
against Considering I'm a
Um,
saber-tooth tiger, probably.
so-
You can tell that it was formed
Fair
by
enough.
magic.
Okay, so I would like to use Identify to learn what spell casted it.
It was like an enhanced ice wall spell, so it wasn't.
Ah.
It's not the standard basic effect of an ordinary ice wall, but as if that spell were amplified by quite a bit.
So
Ah.
you're saying if you had to like maybe pick a level, it'd be like a 5th or 6th level.
Perhaps, maybe even higher.
Ooh, this wall was made by a single spell, boosted to extremes.
Huh.
From what I can tell, it was made by Ice Wall, but I've never seen someone make a wall this big with such a single spell.
Could have been more than one casting.
Could it have
Can
been
I
just-
identify if it was a
Regan?
single caster?
Do me an Arcana check in addition with your Identify.
Alright, don't be a 2. Hey! Not a 2.
You gotta call about it. Does better.
Yeah. Arcana, that is going to be a 17.
You you concentrate all your magical abilities upon it, and you determine that it was indeed a single casting, not a series of spellcasters working in unison, but one powerful spell.
Woo-wee! From what I can pick up, this finely crafted wall was made by a single person.
I don't suppose you know Dispel Magic, do you?
Yes.
Oh.
I do.
feel like this ice wall could have been made by Regan, since it's in our way to.
It
Of
could
course.
have been made by him, but we also don't know that much about him unless you have more that you can share.
Well, Iron Fist arm was made by him,
That shows skills and mechanical knowledge,
not necessarily.
and maybe steam power.
Not necessarily.
I can.
Yes, but we cannot count on him being a powerful caster. We know he's a powerful crafter.
Dispel magic.
Yes, Dispel Magic absolutely works. The giant ice wall begins to recede, almost like our now screaming polar ice caps. It becomes one with the narrow stream, which is now has a lot of extra water in it, so it's got a surprise for whatever's downstream.
It is
But-
a flood.
Hope the cleric made it out.
Yeah, all that spare water just begins flowing rapidly downstream, but you guys are clear of it.
I'm gonna catch a vial of the magical icy water.
Yeah, you absolutely do so. It takes you no extra effort.
Oh, you've submitted this for a while.
Oh, okay. How long does it last?
Oh, I didn't
Let
use
me
my
double check.
inspiration. God damn it. No one ever remembers to use
Nope.
inspiration.
Do I need to remind
Why, when I play a
everybody?
bard, I'm like, hey, you have inspiration, like every time it's their fucking turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really should just roll the inspiration for the person
You should.
rather than letting them choose.
I honestly think that's a better option because then
I'm gonna force inspiration on people now.
you will be inspired, damn it.
So, the way we'll do it now is inspiration. You can roll it at any time as long as you're conscious and free to cast inspiration. So, you'll say, I'm casting Bardic Inspiration.
Yeah.
And then you could assign it anytime during someone's turn to them.
Oh, that's power.
Yeah, give it both options, like the user can use it or the caster can use it.
Yeah, either way.
For forgetful types. Like
Yeah.
myself.
Yeah, you could.
Everyone at
you
the
could
table?
cast it as a reaction now.
Oh, nice.
I'm good about using it.
I was
Alright,
gonna use
well.
it, but I'm like, I guess, yeah, I'm fine.
Anyways, my bardic inspiration lasts for 10 minutes.
Oh.
So, you know, not much longer,
I
but
got some time, I suppose.
Steve, like, we got 10 minutes to go get in a fight.
yes.
It's fine with me. If it takes 2 hours to get in a fight.
Because you're still an animal right now. You got full HP.
No, not full HP. But I'll fund it. I know it will take 3 hours.
He was a pre-painted, but he could look really cool.
You guys roll me perception.
Everybody?
Yeah.
22.
8.
You could see off in the distance
Natural 2.
to the south, descending down from the mountain, another large shape, roughly similar to the one that you've recently been acquainted with.
We just got out of the fight.
It's pushing the trees out of its way and slowly making its way down to the valley where you're at.
I'm ready my
we just
longbow.
cleared the ice wall? Or no?
I'm still reading my longbow.
Maybe that ice wall was there for a reason.
Maybe. Maybe this is a bad idea.
I uncast. I undispel the magic.
Can I
What do you
dispel
guys like
magic?
to
My
do?
dispel magic.
Counterspell, counterspell.
Can I dispel my own spell?
You have 2 islands.
These
to
things
have
are
that
really
kind of
good at
spell?
tracking, so there's no sense in running from the fucker, honestly.
I'm gonna skywrite back off. And it's like, back off.
Joke's on you, I can't read.
No, wait. Have him say it in Yeti, and then fucking you say it in Yeti in the sky.
Yeah.
They do have Yeti as their own language.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Roar. Because I'm still a saber-tooth tiger.
You got everything.
You don't understand the saber tooth.
I'm still gonna put RAR up there underneath back off.
You write it in the storm clouds that are looming overhead. The Yeti continues to lumber down towards you.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go ahead and
I'm gonna stand dead center of the party. Since he's still a good distance, their eyesight isn't great. I'm gonna go ahead and put both my bear traps armed and down in front of me, and I'm gonna stand there screaming at it.
I want
Those bear
to
traps.
hold my action for longbow as soon as he gets in
Sorry.
range.
Okay. You guys see a
let's
big,
focus.
hideous head peek over the trees. He looks straight at Kjorgar as soon as because he's screaming and it echoes through the valley, and it's like, and it immediately charges down at you.
I'm calling him a cunt as a free action.
It's a cunt. It steps over your bear traps. One of them goes off. What damage does it receive?
I think you said it was a D10.
You may roll it.
7.
It goes off and it latches down onto its foot, but it doesn't do much damage, and it hardly slows down the beast. You had a prepared action.
Yeah, I was gonna shoot it. I'm just gonna do a regular hit if it can deal with it.
Yeah, hell, if it was a ways out, he could fucking shoot a bunch of times. And Orion.
Well, that's why I said, like, as soon as it's within 600 feet is what I wanted to do.
Yeah, you and Orion can
Yeah.
fucking...
Yeah, so 19
That's gonna hit.
and 12 damage.
You may take another shot as it lumbers forward towards you. What
I'm
are you
gonna
doing?
use that bardic
Yelling to
inspiration.
Orion to shoot.
Well,
Oh,
that's
yes, I think I will.
34.
Cool.
34 to hit.
34's gonna hit.
Jesus
You
fucking Christ, what the fuck?
Bardic inspiration.
I was like, no, I'm not getting this extra damage. Also,
This could be another 11 damage.
it's also going to be plus 8 lightning damage
Oh.
because
Jesus.
bardic inspiration.
Yeah.
And then does Orion take a shot?
Yeah, Orion did.
I'm going to force bardic inspiration on his shot.
That was another 6
Oh,
hit,
yeah, you already
six
did?
for Orion.
Oh, right.
Save it.
Alright, 6 more lightning damage.
Yeah, for Orion's
You
hit.
want to roll the lightning damage for me?
That was the lightning damage. 6.
Oh, okay.
6 for Orion's shot. Too late.
And what was your damage on your
The
second
extra
shot?
damage is a high spot.
It was 12
Yes, it
damage plus whatever the lightning damage was. I don't remember what
You
it was.
had 8.
8.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so 8 lightning damage.
So it was 14 extra lightning damage in one turn.
So you guys take shots at this thing. It charges towards you. It lumbers through the things. What are you doing, Osborne?
Still alive?
Oh yeah, it's still alive.
Okay, as a bonus action,
It's not slowing down.
I'm gonna cancel my wild shape. I'm gonna look at the bear trap and cast heat metal at third level.
It's going to scream out.
Is that technically fire damage?
It is fire damage.
Yo, I got an idea.
It's not a lot, but it's still 8 fire damage, and now it has disadvantage on attack rolls, saving throws.
You want to bump that up to an 11?
It's going to
That's gonna
rip
be-
off.
It's 11 damage now, by the way.
Oh, okay. Damn it. It rips off the now heated thing, burning its hand, taking an additional d6 of damage. Someone want to roll that d6 for me? I don't want to pull out a 6.
3.
Go ahead and roll me a dexterity saving throw, Osborne.
Good thing it's already clamped shut.
Oh, it ripped it like off. That's why it took additional damage.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. At least the bear trap's still shut.
8.
It throws it at you, but it burns its hand in the process. This thing flies. You can hear it whistling as it twirls towards you, and it misses you by a fraction of an inch and embeds itself deep into the snow behind you. It now charges forward, and we go in initiative order from the top with Osborne.
Leave the heat metal.
It doesn't have anything metal on it.
No, leave your spell heat metal on the trap.
Okay.
Same if this got animated and attacked.
I will. It's still concentration up to 1 minute, so that's what, like 6 rounds of combat or something. Like that.
Mhm.
Yes.
So I'll continue concentrating on heat metal. And you can cast other spells with heat metal, right? Or are you concentrating? Like,
Up to
As
the
long
end.
as it's
As long
not
as
enough
not enough
concentration
that's what I
spell.
thought. And then I will cast. I gotta figure out what one of these is
Oh.
concentration. So everything got to be concentration. Shoot, I will cast. How close is it to me?
Within 60 feet.
Dang it, I can't cast that. I'll cast Thorn Whip. I'll do 15 hit.
Yeah, it does.
And I'll take 12 piercing damage. And I'll let be my turn because all my other spells are concentration spells.
Alright, it takes that damage. Alavi.
Alright, so I'm going to animate the bear trap. I'm going to cast Healing Word at 2nd level on myself. Ah, cool. I'm also gonna run. I'm going for cover.
Alright, that's wise. And you find cover. There's a reasonably large snow berm that you absolutely disappear behind.
Wonderful. And then I will have the bear trap fly up, and it's got 30 feet of movement. Can it make it?
It can make it halfway.
Awesome. I have it move halfway, and then take the dodge action.
Alright,
I'm kidding.
the Yeti lumbers forward and it jumps straight over to Kyorgar, who can take an attack of opportunity against it if you should so choose.
14 plus 7, 21.
That's gonna hit it. You take a swing at its toes as they fly past you.
9 damage. Forgot I had a +1 now.
It lands with a resounding thump, and then it looks over at Carillion. Make me a Constitution saving throw.
Not good at
It locked you in its icy gaze, and you could feel the area around you
nat
growing frigid.
Ooh.
Oh my god, I was worried there.
You somehow manage to dive into the snow and spare yourself from the worst of its icy gaze. And as you emerge from the snow, it sprints towards you and it takes 2 mighty swings with its claws. Which will probably miss because this roll is notoriously low. 15 and 25.
25 hits, but I don't use Uncanny Dodge, so
How's that work again?
just whatever damage I get, I have it.
Okay.
So only one will hit.
Alright, it's going to be 14 damage
So I
and
take 7.
7 cold damage.
So wait, in total that's what? What that?
21.
21.
You take 10.
It's 10.
Yeah. It just smacks you with its giant meaty claws, and it sends you flying through the air. But you do a flip and you land safely on the ground. Your snowshoes preventing you from disappearing into the snow. And with that, it's Gunnar's turn.
Gunnar.
That's over.
Oh, it's Orion's turn.
Nerd.
He's gonna hit both times.
Hmm.
God. He just nails this sucker straight in the face 2 times. And it stumbles and it groans. And it gets ready to lash out at you guys once again. But it doesn't quite get there before Carillion takes her turn.
And then I'm guessing it's within. How close is it to me? Like right there?
It's like within 10 feet of you.
Okay. So it's within 10 feet.
Yes.
Okay, what I'll do is I'm just going to use bonus action disengage and then move my full speed back, and then I'm just going to use a regular shot. And I'm guessing there's no one within 5 feet of it. Like,
No, because
Okay.
it moved past all
Is
of them.
it right next to the bear trap?
Sure, let's say it's next to the bear trap.
does that count as an
Yeah,
ally?
we'll say that counts.
Okay. Well, that's a 28 to hit. And then
Well, you just go ahead and roll your damage. That's going to hit.
I know. And so if we're counting Bear Trap as an ally, sneak attack, temperate, so
Sneak in.
whopping 17. Didn't do great, but
Sucks he was able to pull that bear trap off.
yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I can just bonus action, make it take the damage again. on
So
myself.
it goes to take a mighty swing down at you, and then the bear trap flies around and it starts snapping of its own accord at its face, causing it to lunge back as it feels the heat. It doesn't appear to like anything that's hot. And it doesn't get very far before you just shoot it right in the neck. And the magic bolt flies with such force that it shoots out the back of its body and, flies off into oblivion. The thing grasps at its throat before it falls down to its knees and then falls down on its face dead. The land is once again still. Quiet.
I would like to take a knee over its face
Do so.
after being sure to wait for all twitching to stop.
Its spirit is now disgraced.
Shame.
I don't think the DM will let an arrow stick in an enemy anymore.
Oh no, the arrows could still stick in.
Well, I think technically, because I'm using the magic longbow, there is no arrows to stick out, because it's just energy.
Well, you
But-
listen here
but
with your
Orion-
logic.
I mean, Orion's arrows, if he actually hits,
Yeah, so-
bolts, so Orion's bolts will stick into it.
if he hits it, but
Well. So we continue on?
do we think the ice wall is up for a reason, or
Possibly, but
It's a little
It's
too
definitely
late
not a
now.
whole tribe of abominable yetis past there. No, there's not. That's just
Okay.
me fucking with you.
well, I
not
suppose
exactly my worries to think of.
We'll keep going then.
I'd like to, so she gave us, Hell gave us general directions. And she said we would know what we were doing kind of deal. Do I get any sense of knowing what the fuck we're doing?
Well, you know that you're looking for his abode, and Carillion, you had probably received a basic description of it from Curate Ironhand. You know,
Yeah.
at the base of the mountain, at the end of the valley, you'll find an entrance, and it's not a hidden entrance, so you should be able to find it pretty easily. You guys just need to continue on through the valley.
Well, the only thing that I got from Iron Fist was the gist of it was tip of the tallest mountain, Horseshoe Mountains, Valley of the West Winds. Was all I got from him.
Okay, so you know you need to go east. But the valley is
I thought
closed
you said
at the end,
east.
so there's only a very few places of entrance could possibly be located.
Alright. Well, let's say we take a short rest, perhaps one of maybe 10 minutes and no more.
Yeah, we'll take a 10-minute short rest and we'll be right back. Thank you for everybody who's tuned in so far. We'll see you in 10.
Oh my
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Innocent Scales D&D. Our brave adventurers just fought two terrifying creatures that were probably abominable yetis, but we're going to call them huge monstrosities.
Oh, that's strange. Almost as if Kyorgar's run into them before, but didn't remember.
Yeah.
And they have their names on the bottom of the miniature.
Yes, we have a miniature, but unfortunately, until we have our good setup with a combat kit, you can't see the beautiful details, so you'll have to use your imagination. Anyways, here they are, standing around the corpses of the giant beasts in the valley as snow swirls around them.
I'm gonna take the eyes of both creature.
I don't think they have eyes left.
One of them has no eyes remaining, the other one has two eyes.
I take both eyes.
They're the size of basketballs.
Jesus fuck.
Jeez.
They're huge.
Go live my
They're not
balls.
large, they're huge.
Come on, Bugs. Dribble them cheeks.
You have two basketballs with whatever that part of the eye is that's stringy.
I could animate that.
I'd prefer that you didn't.
Just wait till he wakes up in the morning and the eyeball follow him around.
Oh god.
That's a swift way to meet an end.
Just have it staring at him as he wakes up.
I can deal enough damage to kill him outright. If I so choose.
A thought occurs to you guys, or at least some of you that paid
Thought!
attention to what the hold on. The brain's rebooting after that. Alright, yeah. What the cleric lady said. Their monk was not immediately killed and is still hopefully somewhere around here. Excuse me.
We have to go rescue her from Yetis.
I'm gonna use my eyes.
What do your orc eyes see?
No monk. Oh well, keep going.
What do they see with a 10?
You see that the snowstorm is worsening.
Well, I don't think we're gonna find them. Sucks to be them.
Oh well. I hated him anyway.
Hey, did the
We gave it the old Barter College try.
did the barkeep mention anything about that the guy having pets?
No.
Damn.
Well, the
He didn't
one
even
did
mention
have
how
a
he-
strange blue glow to its eyes that the other did not. The one from this side of the wall, not the other side. So I have a feeling.
I feel like this Regan is pretty strong. I don't feel like
I would assume that you are correct.
I don't feel like there's a way he can make Iron Fist arm like that with mechanics. I don't feel like there's a way he can do that.
The dwarves are quite the master crafters, but
It
he may
functions-
not be a dwarf, so who even knows?
Yeah, we never even figured out what he was. So
Yeah, Hell is unsure. She just sort of assumed he was a dwarf due to his reputation.
I'm gonna look for the tallest mountain that I could possibly see.
You could see the direction it almost certainly is, although you can't see the peak of it, but you know where to go.
I'm gonna head that direction.
that's it.
Alright,
as-
moving on. Fuck the monk.
Just as you guys begin to walk away, you feel the hair stand high on the back of your necks,
Why?
and you see a large white shape weaving between the trees.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
And you see a large wolf
Oh.
come lumbering out of the trees.
Oh, hey, I met this one.
Oh yeah.
I'll say to the wolf, "Hey, what's up? Friend or foe?
Right.
Want to give me a ride? I'll feed you."
What about me?
No.
It's large, not huge.
It sort of like walks up to Kyorgar, and then it turns away back in the direction it was, but it looks back at you.
I think it wants us to follow it.
Could have just
That's
said
what I'd
something.
Oh, okay.
You
Yeah.
could just ask it.
Hey, would you like us to follow you?
Yes.
Maybe next time you should speak up.
I don't like you.
Are you being rude to it?
I'm just gonna follow the wolf along.
Yeah, let's just continue on. Or
It
whatever.
does. As you guys were walking, it occasionally looks over at Osborne and it snarls at him as he wasn't too polite to it. But
I mean, it is an intelligent creature.
Uh,
It can't tell me to follow it.
Oh, it is intelligent. It's just not very.
It's
friendly.
intelligent, but you won't.
How long has it been since our encounter with the Yetis?
It's probably been about 15 minutes. Well, you guys took a short rest, so it's been at least an hour and a half.
Rats.
Oh, so we are.
And you guys could spend hit dice as needed.
I'll spend my fighter hit die because that has more.
And then let me know when you're concluded with that. We'll proceed.
Concluded.
Crap, I didn't see what that was.
Oh, baby. What's it doing? Being a cat? Are you an abominable yeti?
You guys should also use the D&D Beyond so everybody could see our fancy overlays.
We should. No further comment.
And perhaps in the future, now that that moment has passed us.
It's something we just gotta get into a habit of.
Yeah.
All right. It leads you to a little cave in the side of the mountain, and inside the cave, shivering, is the monk, looking horrified.
God
As
damn it.
the wolf returns, you could see very clear drag marks where it drug her in here. She wasn't too cooperative, but it wasn't trying to murder her.
Oh, I could understand it. She was probably scared.
Oh, wonderful lunch.
Yeah, I'll tell the wolf. I was like, yeah, we don't really care about her. You can have her. We don't want her.
Are you sure?
Well,
You're, we don't want this thing, do we?
I feel like we should help.
I mean, it's still a
We're not
person.
blatantly evil, God damn it.
She was such a bitch, though. But I guess we should help.
I don't
I mean,
think the
we-
monk was ever mean to you guys.
I thought they all were.
She fought with Gunnar.
Oh, did she?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, I mean, we
Oh,
don't
so she
all
can't be
hate
that
her.
bad.
Yeah, she's too good.
I'm gonna walk up to her and first I'll cast fucking Lesser Restoration to get rid of any frostbite. And then I'll I guess I'll just pop a Healing Aura and give her 2d6 of health per 10 seconds. For
Gotcha.
1 minute.
That heals her quite a bit. She's restored back to her usual vigor. She thanks you. Well, I really wasn't expecting. I wasn't
Live?
expecting any. I wasn't expecting any sort of rescue, especially from you lot. But I thank you anyways.
Yeah, maybe you should stick to
We're not that
missions
bad.
inside your level.
Well, you guys helped me, so I'm not going to bandy insults with you. I'm just going to go home and warm up.
You do so.
Your
One
cleric
of your friends is dead.
Wasn't it two?
Yora
Right up.
and the other one.
The one with the fancy greatsword.
Yeah, that was Yora. And then our mage, who was too high and mighty to share her name with me.
Seems like this was a very toxic party relationship from the start.
Well, honestly, the only issue for Yora was an idiot, and that other chick was stuck up. But for the most part, we worked pretty well.
Your cleric also traveled back to town. I don't know if she made it or not, but
Then I'll go make sure she's okay.
She's ours now. Fear
Did
not.
you guys run into the giant furry creature?
Yes,
We
it's
killed
dead. Both of them.
There was more than one?
Yes. You had no chance.
Well,
Like I said, you have to take missions outside your level.
I'm just laying pain band-aids over her.
I guess I'll leave then.
Shame band-aids.
shame.
Perhaps I'll become a nun or something. This adventuring thing may not be cut out for it.
Perhaps you should teach at a bardic college.
I'll teach martial arts to people who, want to use basic self-defense, but the adventuring, I think I'm quite through.
Fair enough.
Maybe
It
take,
seems sensible of you.
Well,
I approve.
maybe take the monk vow of silence or something too.
I approve of your
no,
failure.
I don't think I will, big furry man. Are you okay? It's quite cold out.
Oh, don't worry about me. I mean, I only killed 2 yetis that you guys couldn't even kill one.
I cast growth on his hair.
Well, that's awfully impressive. I hope there isn't a whole nest of yetis waiting for you at the base of the mountain. I'm sure there's not. That was just a jest that was maybe in poor taste.
Sorry, that was a strange thing to say.
Did you bury my friends, or are they
Yes.
freezing?
Well, we buried the one, the other one made it back. My gods have told me so.
Okay, I'll take your word for it then. And then, without any further ado, she limps out of the cave.
I say a prayer for her as well, but it's only a 9.
The prayer is not as strong, and you can sense this.
That's a shame. Oh no, somebody else to loot!
Oh no.
I don't know why we didn't loot her while she was half dead.
When did you become evil, Osborne? I thought you were good-natured.
Not to these people. These guys are jerks. They're rude.
Yeah, I guess that's all it takes to be murdered in the druid tribes.
I think that's fair. I'm a very kind person, but there's plenty of people I don't like.
Yeah, like the random bandit who tried to kill you at a bridge.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Or the gnomish man who was very full of himself.
Also a cock.
Learned not to play with dynamite or
I
rhinoceros.
think we've also
Or
burned down a
orcs.
shop. Have we burned down a shop in this campaign?
No. These campaigns.
No.
That was Matt's campaign.
Well, you guys are in the cave. The wolf's just sort of sitting there silently, and the monk has left. You guys could continue on if that's what you desire
Ask
to do.
the wolf if it knows how to get to old boy's lair.
I'll ask him if he knows where the dwarf's lair is. That makes
Regan.
Regan's lair.
Yes. Regan. Continue down the valley. You can't miss it. It has a fairly large entrance, surrounded by trees.
I'll relay this to the group,
Only one path.
and then I'll ask him: Do you happen to know if he has any pets or anything?
No. It doesn't keep pets.
Yeah. All right. Later, White Wolf.
Goodbye.
By the way, you never told us.
Farewell.
You never told me your name.
He sends you a series of images which represent his name. You see a picture of the full moon, and then a gorgeous night sky with the aurora borealis in it. It doesn't form into words. That's just the sensation that you get.
Moony Green.
It's green.
Alright.
I was gonna call him Sailor Moon.
Oh, I showed
He
the
killed
players
you.
Snailer Moon last week.
What?
At Wednesday, I showed them Snailer Moon.
Yeah.
Did you show me that?
I don't think I have. I'll show it to you later.
Yeah, I guess we'll see that monstrosity after this.
Snail.
No, I'll just show it to the part or to the chat. You can show them on the cam as I find it. Also, as we depart the cavern, I went ahead and rolled survival of an unnatural 20 to find the way along.
Yeah. That's great.
It's Snailer Moon.
Sailor Moon. You. Well, yeah, you do find the way. You guys travel another day through the valley, and you're actually feeling quite tired. Would you like to push through the night?
Honestly, I would just make camp in the cave then. Like, after knowing the way, go back, hit the cave, stay there for the night.
Yeah. The wolf accepts you graciously. Are you guys making a fire?
I think at this point we can.
Yeah.
Ask the wolf if he's okay with the fire in this cave.
Can we have a fire in your cave, Sailor Moon?
Sailor Moon.
You may, but keep it away from
My
me.
bar shields.
All right, we can do that. He said
All right.
yes as long as we keep it away.
Cool. I'll go ahead and make a fire.
Okay.
I want to use my creation to make a quick fire,
You
and
do.
then put on real wood.
Luckily, Orion has a bundle of fresh, dried wood
Nice.
that Kyorkar told him to take.
Thank you.
Yeah, and he puts it up in one of those log stacks that's going to keep feeding the fire, and you create a
Nice.
beautiful warm fire right on top of it, and you guys are all quite toasty.
I will also take a hunk of venison out of my rations and toss it to the wolf.
He takes those graciously. He doesn't usually get well-seasoned food.
No.
And, yeah, I don't think you guys have much to fear with the giant white wolf in the cave with you. And considering the abominable yetis were probably the most dangerous thing in this region of the mountains, as long as they don't have a clan running around anywhere, you should be fine.
I don't like how you keep saying that.
Next time we see a Yeti, I'm gonna pull out that Yeti jerky and eat it right in front of him.
Oh, I should have harvested their meat.
It'll still be good.
It'll be frozen.
No, it'll be frozen.
Oh, yeah.
I've run this rule in Icewind Dale where if you don't harvest it quick, it's frozen.
It's just absolutely frozen
Yeah.
solid.
Yep. Unless you've got a fucking ice climbing pick that I can pick the fucking Yeti apart with.
I can make one.
There you go.
Sounds doable for a man with 16 for strength.
Yeah, you guys fall asleep for the night. You get a full rest.
Ooh. My spells were looking kind of sparse.
You are once again restored. The sun rises. It's still kind of dark outside because of the unceasing storm, but nothing has tried to attack you in your sleep.
Well, that's good.
Oi, Osborne. You can control weather partially. You should make a bubble around us where the snow isn't so biting and the wind isn't so piercing, thus protecting our weaker constitutional friends from the weather.
Because I'm a baby.
Don't you have
Yes.
Druidcraft?
Trying to see.
Oh, wait,
I'm gonna fit a lobby into my rucksack.
did you say Druidcraft?
I mean, you do have the extra big rucksack too.
Doesn't tell me my features and traits. I have Druidcraft.
I mean, I got a scroll of Druidcraft.
Druidcraft should be able to only predict the weather.
No, it can make minor weather effects, I believe.
Let's see.
Druidcraft should be
Whispering spirits are timely.
It's basically fucking prestidigitation, but for druids.
Yeah.
Oh,
you can
gotcha.
use this.
Okay, disregard. There is another spell though.
I would like to try to use Skywrite to clear up the clouds above us.
You may try.
Yes, I will try.
He pulls the United States Navy over Washington State. It's a dick.
I guess I'll do a general roll, and that's a natural 20.
Damn. You write a message in the sky, and in that section of sky, there are no clouds. But the clouds just sort of like billow around it. So immediately above you where your message is, the snow is a lot less, and it's just a tad warmer.
I'm gonna write a long message from our point to the spot that we plan on going to, and it's just gonna be absolute gibberish. And then half of the
There's now nonsense in the sky.
it's gonna be like a
Some hermit off in the woods is looking up at the sky and madly writing it down onto his notebook like, a message from the gods!
There's a dragon flying above looking at where the snow is piling and where it isn't. It sees it. Oh, that's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, you guys have a much easier time as you travel the rest of the way through the valley and arrive at the base of the mountain.
Woo-wee, that
The
spell is a lot
solitary
better than I
mountain,
expected.
The mountain where Regan resides. You can see
Oh yeah.
a large
Regan's mountain.
stone door, which is very obviously the entrance to his abode. And there's a giant tower that is a part of the very mountain itself that travels up along with it. And you can see up in the distance, although barely through the clouds, the only reason you could see it at all is because there's a really long gibberish message parting the clouds in that general area. Something that looks roughly the shape of a lighthouse, but a large stone tower.
Well, if it isn't Regan's tower, the tower made especially for Regan.
Very astute.
Thank you. My observation skills are unsurpassed.
As you guys walk up, though, you do notice something. Two sets of footprints going towards the doors that are cracked open.
Well, we've encountered 2 dead party members and 2 alive party members, so it definitely wasn't Titan Force.
Right.
They were Titan Force fully ripped apart. Uh,
They're people.
not to me, they weren't. They were to me.
One of them appears to be, some heavier booted feet of some medium-sized creature, and the other one has smaller bare feet.
Think it could have been Regan.
Well, the wolf said he doesn't keep pets, and this is bear tracks.
That is an interesting piece of information.
I'm just gonna animate something just in case. Is there anything nearby?
Not outside, but you can animate like a snow golem.
I'm gonna set both of my bear traps and put them in my hands ready to fucking eat.
You can do another snow golem if you like.
You want to know what I could do? We could tie the ends of their chains together, and I could animate both of them at once.
You can just mend them together, can't you?
Technically.
Yeah, just mend those chains together and just fucking animate.
It's a bear trap bolo.
I am animating the bear trap bolo.
There's now 2 flying bear traps just randomly snapping in the air.
Horrifying and
hovering behind you guys.
amazing.
For the next hour, I've
Amazing.
got a living bear trap swirling around me.
I'll just wait till I cast
One
keep
thing
out.
you do
Oh, yeah.
notice is there's absolutely nothing you could do to stop the rattling of those chains as they fly through the air.
That's fine, we send them first.
Perfect.
I take out my hammer and my shield and start heading in towards the massive set of doors.
Taking out my longbow.
I'm sending the chain bolas first.
Yeah, I'm gonna take out my shield too and keep an eye on the chain bolas.
All right. Do they have like a perception? Do they roll?
Yes, they
Can
do.
you
They have.
communicate with them at all?
They know. They know common.
Can they speak?
No, they cannot speak. They don't. They
That'd
can't
be
directly
kinda
tell me
horrifying.
anything.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
But they've got.
Fine, bear trap 1.
They've got
Fine, bear
60
trap
feet
2.
of dark vision, 10 perception, passive perception, and they understand any language I speak.
So what would you like to do? Send them ahead with orders to attack anything they see?
Send them ahead to.
If they are attacked.
If they are attacked, attack. But otherwise, grapple with the chain.
All right.
And then bite at my command.
So you guys hear the chains rattle as they disappear into the narrow door, and you hear as they fly through the air, and you hear random snapping and a struggle, and then silence.
I had silence as a spell. Fuck me. I could have silenced them so they could have been silent bear trap bolo.
Oh no.
That's horrifying.
Alright, bring it back.
You hear some grinding across the floor and scratching, and they encounter the doors, and as they try to drag the thing through, they actually push the door shut, as they only open one way.
Alright, well, I'm gonna walk up and just shove them open while holding my hammer in one hand and using my shield to just kind of grind it open.
You do so, and it takes you a little bit of effort, but you're a big, strong man, and you just sort of like push them away, and you hear the grinding of the chains moving across the floor as you force them out of the way.
Bring it over to the side, get out of the way of the door.
Nat 20 to perceive what the fuck it is.
You see 2 whites struggling to escape from the chains. They look awfully familiar.
I'm gonna speak out to the whites. Oi, friendly or no?
They don't respond intelligently, but one is clearly the corpse of Yura, and the other one is clearly the corpse of the nameless wizard.
Well, I don't know what to do here. Shake your foot if you, don't bear us any ill will.
They hiss at you and they try their very best to rend the chains so that they may feast upon your flesh.
Do we see what
All right,
color
kill
eyes
'em.
they have?
I would like to
Do
cast
we see
keep
what
out.
color eyes they have?
Whites all have blue eyes, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have the bear traps positioned at
Well,
the
that Yeti have blue eyes,
with
didn't
the pressure plate.
He
on,
did, but whites have glowing blue eyes.
I'm gonna command them
Like
to
the-
bites, and I'm gonna have them float up to the head with the pressure plate on top of their head, and just force them down.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I'm casting
They,
heat metal on those spear traps, by the way.
Oh, nice.
That's pretty great.
I'm gonna move around to flank them and channel divinity to make them flee.
Could be 10 fire damage.
They
Because I
tried.
have turn undead as
They
well.
tried their best to flee, but the burning animated chains not only prevent them from doing so, but literally just shred them into pieces.
Oh, outstanding.
You get the sense using your holy senses that their spirits have still passed on peacefully. That was merely what remained.
Oh, wonderful. Drop it. Drop them. Drop them.
It lets them go. What's left of them? There's pieces.
Mm.
You can rebury them, I guess.
What do we make
Oh,
of
but
it?
you don't want to eat them. You don't know where they've been. Got foul dark magic in them. All right, Kierkegaard's
I'm
eating.
not fucking.
These bear traps are really cool. You mind if I keep doing this?
You can just keep them, mate.
Oh
I
yeah.
think it's awful.
You have 2 bear traps now.
I have a bear trap bola.
Yeah,
Fused
bear trap
together.
polo.
Fused together.
So, like charge.
That I
he
can
has the
animate at
bite
will.
damage.
You guys look around in this area, and it appears to be mainly designed for storage. Although it's really wide and a lot warmer than it is outside. Although there's no obvious heat source. The
Yes, there is.
stonework. Well, yeah. The only obvious heat source, which you guys created yourselves, is the bolas, which are glowing, bright hot.
Ah,
as they
yes, that's
float
warm.
through the air, and making it quite comfortable here for you guys. But this area is clearly meant for storage. It's one really large chamber, and it's got boxes and stuff throughout. And you can see there's a cart, and there's no animals to pull the cart. There's simply just a cart over there. And then you can see the entrance to what appears to be a stairway at the far side of the chamber. Nothing really in between besides those boxes.
Well, say we head in.
This has to be where we need to go.
I would assume so. I hope so. I guess we'll soon find out, then.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on one moment. All right, you guys begin walking up the stairs as quietly as possible, although the rattling of the chains sort of gives away your position regardless.
do this? Like handle the noise? Anybody got a silence or?
Why are you looking over towards me?
It's already too late. Not worth my spell slot.
All right.
I mean,
cool.
we got glowing red hot bear traps. They hear it when I attack them. Good luck.
True.
Please grasp them or throw hands with these bear traps. Punches bear trap in the jaw. Clasp closed.
Don't get burning.
Anyways, nothing stands in your way. You go up several flights of dark stairs. There's no windows or anything. It's pitch black. So those of you that still have eyes of night or night vision can see in
I
shades of gray.
Read.
Yeah, because
Nice.
you guys have rested. You guys get to the first landing. It's actually quite
Orion can
spacious.
just follow the glowing bear traps.
Yes.
Well, I don't need. I had.
I know you don't. It's for those 2.
Oh, I thought you
It's
did 3.
probably like.
Oh, yeah, I can do 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, Orion has 2.
Yeah, it's roughly 40 square feet, although it's a circular area, and there's the stairs continue up, and there's one large set of double doors that's closed. It's got some ornate torch holders on either side that look to have been made by a master craftsman. They don't look like they hold standard torches though. They're made out of strange glass that you've never come across. The door itself is also very finely crafted and made out of a very fine wood that's not native to this land. Those of you with any knowledge of trees could tell. You could probably tell, Osborne. This is probably made from an ancient tree, likely from the forest where you hailed. Not like anything sacred, of course, but something really old and really strong.
Seems like we're in the right place, I'd say.
Yeah. You guys can't see anything else that's immediately striking.
Well, should we knock on the door?
I say a fair sense is always knocking.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go up and knock on the door.
I'm gonna stand behind him with the shield and the hammer ready.
You knock on the door. The sound echoes throughout the hollow staircase, and then it returns to you faintly. All is quiet.
I'm gonna call out the Rhaegar's name or
Regan.
Regan's name.
You scream Regan at the top of your lungs. That too echoes up and down the chamber. But there's no answer.
Alright, time to bust down the door.
You kick down the door, which was unnecessary because
It's very
open.
large.
Yeah.
I just kick it
You
open.
really
further.
just kick it open. It ain't falling off those hinges. And what you find before you is a vast library. And the moment you enter it, the whole place lights up. The strange light orbs illuminating the entire area.
Dear God, he may just learn to read yet. I'm gonna look for the children's section.
You search for the children's section, but what you find is the closest thing you could find is a book of monsters that has a bunch of pictures drawn into it.
I'm gonna give him that in hopes that he can recognize some of the monsters in the future. And not friends.
Gotcha. You hand him the book, and then each of you hears some things rattling around.
I'm gonna look at the chain, the bear trap will
They shrug there.
Yeah, like the rugs is changed to either side like shoulders, as if it wasn't sure what that was. You guys hear some shuffling of papers.
Should we call out Regan again? Regan?
Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Yep. Okay, that was a 16.
You deftly leap out of the way as one of the massive bookshelves falls over towards you and crumbles to the ground. Oh, it doesn't necessarily crumble. It's still in one solid piece, but the books go everywhere. And as soon as you jump clear, it returns back to its original position, and all the books just sort of like hover up and return to the bookshelf.
I say we
I-
don't take any books.
I didn't do that one.
Figured not. You didn't say any magic things.
Plus, you have no reason to attack the shelf.
I'm going to just push through the chamber until we get to the next set of stairs or whatever may be there, doors.
The stairs are where you came from. This library is just a room all its own.
Oh, I'll close the door and leave. First,
Yeah, I'll follow out with them.
Yeah. I'll go.
we can ask him once we find him.
Fair enough, yeah. You guys continue up the next set of stairs, and once again, the only sound is the chains just clicking and clacking as you guys go up the stairs, and then there's also the obvious light emanating from them from the heat metal.
How long has it been since I first animated this?
I don't remember when you animated it, I'll be
At
honest.
the entrance. Before we sent it in to attack the
No
white.
more than 20 minutes.
Alright, cool.
It's been 20 minutes. Heat metal's gone.
Oh, yeah, the glowing has ceased. But,
So,
yeah, they're still dangerous. And they can see in the dark.
yeah,
And they
they're
suck
like the
apple,
most
I can just
dangerous
recast
thing I
heat
can
metal.
create right now, and that is kind of frightening.
The next, you guys come to another landing, and this one is square-shaped and has 4 massive pillars with, oddly enough, it does look like dwarven stonework. It has knotwork of a exceedingly good quality all over it, and it has precious metals hammered into it, and then a lot of like ornate jewels and stuff, unnecessarily so. There's also 4 suits of armor dominating this room. They look to be larger than anyone here could wear, and of a very, very fine make by the hands of a master, and a huge set of double doors. The only other thing in this area is stairs that continue to spiral up higher towards the peak of the mountain.
These things are
I'm
all
gonna-
well made.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll Arcana as we're just kind of going through the room towards the next set of stairs.
Are you guys not going to check out that adjacent chamber?
Which adjacent chamber?
The one behind the giant set of double doors I described.
Oh, I thought that was.
I'll look in real quick.
Okay, yeah. You open up the doors. They're not locked. They come open slowly. It actually takes a little bit of effort, but they're very well oiled on a massive set of hinges. And what you see is a massive forge complex before you. This looks like it is far too large for an ordinary man to operate. Like the constructions here, they're all super bulky. There's anvils of various sizes feeling here. There's racks upon racks of weapons. And then at the far end of the chamber, there's a huge open window that stares out into the valley mouth and lets in a cool breeze. There's some snow collecting right by the open window.
I'm gonna close the door. Hey, so I got news. Reagan's probably a giant.
Jotnar.
What?
Just I
Jotnar's the
from the size of the forge that I just saw in there, he's probably a giant.
He's also at the top, from what Iron Fist told me.
Well, then I say we leave his things be and
Yeah, let's not
head along
try to
instead.
anger him.
Yeah, the last thing I want to be is on top of a tower with an angry giant.
Yeah, between the armor set you said we've seen in the room and the size of the forge, probably Jotnar.
We all know the story of Jack and the Beanstalk. The only children's book I was able to read.
Oh God. Good read though.
Alright, you guys continue on up the spiral stairs, this time coming to a little bit smaller landing. And this one, once again, it has a much narrower set of stairs that continue up, still in a spiral off to the side. But to the north, there's another set of doors that is, how do I want to describe this? It's not necessarily the same design. It looks entirely different. These are a lot more it's hard to believe, but they're more finely made. This whole area is well furnished, almost as if it's for entertaining guests. So the landing itself has various benches, and there's, a fine carpet thrown down, and wall paintings. Oddly enough, one of these wall paintings has images of brave heroes on it that look very familiar to you. They're images of yourselves walking up towards the entrance of this very keep. And then there's that large set of doors that appears to lead to some sort of dining chamber.
I'd like to look at the painting and go, hey guys, look, I'm on scroll.
Yes, you are on scroll, Gilgar. Orion walks up, he's like, "Oh, where am I at?"
I think you're just a nameless character run by some uncontrollable force.
That
Or
sounds like,
supposedly named.
boy, this sounds like some nonsense to me.
Could I do an Arcana check on the paintings?
Yeah, you can.
If I can find the okay. Hey, it's not a 2. Alright, so that's gonna be a 16.
You could tell they're not magic in any way. It's just an ordinary painting. It's done with acrylics.
Ooh, okay, so
I don't understand.
news? This isn't magic? I think someone's just been watching us and painting.
How would they know we came here, though?
Well, that's interesting.
Well, perhaps they simply looked out the window and looked down?
I'm just gonna yell out for Regan again. Oi!
When you yell out for Regan, you actually hear some rattling coming from down back towards the direction of the the forge.
I'm not splitting this party.
I'm
I'm gonna open the doors to the entertaining hall first, see if there's any sign of life inside, and if there's not, I'll go back to the forge.
You open up the doors, and what you find is a strange sight. There's a bunch of whites and no small amount of zombies in there drinking and trying to eat things, which doesn't make sense because they're whites and zombies.
Let's go ahead and close those doors.
The doors close with a clink, and they just continue with their revels. They don't even stop. They don't take notice of you guys. They just go about their business.
Well, that's good. All right. Back to the forge.
Perhaps those two was just trying to attend the party.
Maybe.
Oops.
Oops.
Oh well.
All right. Well, I guess back down to the forge and yell out for Regan.
Yeah.
Oi! We were sent here by a friend, a mutual one.
Are you guys like yelling from the doors?
I sure am. Everybody else hide.
You guys hear some rattling of chains. You're like, who is that? Oh,
We're the ones who painted.
oh yes. Come in.
Okay. Hey, stop hiding.
You guys walk in, and it's like over towards a recess in the wall. You see a hulk of a man in chains. If he were to stand at his full height, he would be probably about 10 feet tall. And he does. He stands up when you guys approach, although he still has chains around his wrists. And that's his height despite being hunched over from years at the forge. He's an absolute beast of a man. He has a giant beard that hangs down to his waist and then just blows softly in the breeze. And he has deep set eyes that have a glow about them. He's like, I was wondering when you would arrive.
How did you know we were coming?
I know many things.
I prefer that you didn't.
Well, that is unfortunate because I do.
Like what?
Did you?
I know that these chains actually aren't that durable because I made them. And he removes them from his hands.
Oh.
Why wear them then?
I didn't want to deal with the enchantress that is up at the top of the tower until you arrived.
What enchantress?
I believe you've met her before.
Have we?
Oh, son of a bitch. It's the
Oh,
one that- Yeah.
Hold on. Is it the one you told me about?
The one that clapped both me and her cheeks, yes. That
It
one.
was quite the sight.
Hopefully I'll clap her cheeks this time.
I'll help you all cast in their claps.
Huh.
Well,
Well, shall we then?
So
is that what we're doing then?
Well, it's up to you.
Are
I would like my tower back.
Are you Regan? We never asked for your name.
No, you didn't. That's rather rude of you, mind you.
I did call out your name,
Oh,
and you
did-
responded to
I
it.
suppose you did call out my name. Yes, I'm Regan.
Alright, well, I guess it's time to get the show on the road then.
All right,
well,
then, shall we?
I got a question for you.
Okay.
Do you got some simple weapons that maybe some large ape-like creatures could hold?
He picks up a big anvil in his fist. He's like, can they carry this?
I meant more like swords and axes and stuff like that.
You would give a chimpanzee a blade of mine. Do you wish to insult me?
God damn it.
I mean,
It insults you not.
I could give you a club.
I'm just saying. Do you not have you not heard the term ape shit? It comes from my apes.
I'm very well learned, but I'm afraid I haven't.
Blades of ape mastery.
Here, I may have something for you. And he goes and he rustles around in a closet, and he pulls out like 4 really big clubs. They might do.
Type of damage to the clubs do like what, D4?
I don't know.
They do
I
a
don't remember
D8.
what a great
D8.
club does.
Oh, a great club, D10.
I've got customized Great Club in here for our system.
Now let's use the great club. Pull it up.
Great clubs are like the best if you want to be just dumb.
Yeah, I have a couple different versions of it. The OG Great 12 or Great Club is a D12. There's the spiked version in which does a piercing. Banded does D10, or the lamp that does a D8 plus. It sheds light.
It's the
Lamp.
spiked version, so it does the D12, but it
Alright.
does piercing damage.
I'll conjure animals and conjure 4 great apes and have them take the clubs.
All right, you have 4 great clape.
Or
Clape.
4,
Hold on. 10 seconds. Shame.
and,
All right, shame's over.
and I'll hug Harambe. Nice to meet you, old friend.
Good to be back.
Stay away from the tranquilizer darts.
Come to be sacrificed again into the
Well-
arms of a trapper.
It's about the top of the hour, so we could go ahead and pause it here if you guys like.
I think a cliffhanger will be good for the audience.
I think so
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out what happens with this enchantress. Will she clap the party's cheeks? Or will she have her cheeks clapped? We'll find out next week.
On Dragon Ball Z. Just end the session with everybody screaming, yeah!
Anyways, that was good. Thanks everyone for tuning in. We got a lot of new followers. Thank you for that. Once again, I'm the DM Randy Royce, and we'll go around the table for closing remarks.
Well, I think we finally reached affiliate with Twitch, so thank you all of the followers.
Yeah.
We had a great time. We discovered new team combos. Very fun.
It was a good session. Great chatting with all of you that were active in chat, and we'll see you next week.
Yeah, see you next week. Stay tuned for shenanigans.
All right. Yeah. Stay tuned. We might raid somebody here soon. And